Yes, yes, you are first, Austin. How are you, man? Since you're the first, you can help me double check if all the audio and visual systems are working here. Can you hear me? Can you see me? No, I was first, says Marcus. Well, somebody has to be first, right? Let's see here. Where the fuck did it go again? There we go. Okay. Yes, yes, everything is good. You're all good to go. Good stuff, good stuff. So today we're going to continue from where we left off the last time, right? And if I remember correctly, we had to go get some bonds so we can unlock this guy, right? Because he's going to be important for our build there in the future. Let me just double check something here. I want this to actually be a little bit bigger. Haha, that's what she said, right? Okay, good stuff, good stuff. All systems go. Anybody know if it is a civil war over at Draconis? Forget about Draconis, Marcus. It's patched. It's gone and dusted. It's in the ground and it's never gonna come back. Unless you wanna go do it like the quote-unquote the normal style, right? Which is shooting down ships. You can still do that from what I understand. Let's see here, camera. Ah, man, this new setup is annoying me a little bit, but also one thing we're going to be doing today is I'm testing another bitrate, right? So if you guys can see, if you will probably see later and when we have some combat and stuff like that, right, that the video quality and the stream quality is actually someone might say it's 5 times better, because it is 5 times better. I'm instead of streaming at 10,000 bitrate, I found a way, well, and have enough bandwidth from YouTube to actually stream at 50,000 bitrate. That's what people usually use to stream like 4K videos and stuff like that, right? So honestly, this 1080p 60 FPS should be, you guys should be seeing exactly the same thing that I'm seeing on my computer here. Shouldn't be a single pixel around. But also there are some things that could go wrong. For example, if you don't have like a strong enough quote-unquote bandwidth, you might get like buffering and stuff like that. So let me know if a lot of you are getting buffering and that sort of thing. But you also can, what you can do is, if you encounter this, just switch to medium, and it's probably like the medium quality of YouTube, right? And it still probably will be much better than what it used to be before. Skimmers no longer count as ship kills for massacre missions. Yeah, man, Draconis is done. But speaking of which, I mean, what I need to do here is I need to find myself some conflict zones. Now, where is this guy? I'm wondering if the, what's his face, that Yuri guy, I'm wondering if his own system is per se in a conflict right now, which would be handy. Right, what's your state here? Okay, let's see. State none. Okay, good news. Exquisite focus crystals are back in the game. Yeah, man, that is awesome. I've been told, and that's actually something that gave me some some hope towards my new builds and stuff, because I would have like I have a lot. I would say that I have something like 90% of all of the exquisite focus crystals that I would need, but I am missing a few enhanced power distributors on a few of my ships, and I will finally be able to get them. The one that stands out the most. I actually didn't have an enhanced power distributor for my vulture, which is a crazy thing not to have, but now we will be able to get one. But first of all, as I said, we need to find ourselves some conflict zones and cash in 1 million, or get ourselves 1 million in bonds. So what we're gonna do here is we are going to check for states, and we want to see a state that is in war, right? Which, surprise surprise, this one is. So that's very lucky. Well, I say lucky, it's like 100 light. Oh, that's actually a closer one. Hold on. That's what is up, man? The sky. What else? Let's see here. Okay, so that's perfect. So wait, is that just one jump? No, it can't be. Not going to be in my combat ship anyway, but let's see here. So what the ship that I wanted to do this with is this one. Let's see, if 5B shield cell bank, shield boosters, prismatic shield generator, good. Hull reinforcement package, also good. Lightweight alloy, fine. Power distributor 6A. One thing, right, okay, so frame shoot drive is missing, and I know exactly what it is. It's on this thing. So let me just strip this away. Mr. D, I'm looking for modified embedded firmware, but I struggle to find the small medium security settlements. Well, there is only way to actually get them is the best way is to go into Galaxy map, right? And I'm pretty sure you know that. I'm pretty sure that I actually told you in a message somewhere or something. But what you have to do is you search for hold on a second. Not for wait, where is it? Show. Embarrassing, I forgot what it is. Securities. Sorry. I for some reason I thought there was a second tab, but basically what you do is you just leave medium security systems, right? There's a bunch of them, and you just pick a direction. Let's say that way, right? You select here, and you just visit every. Actually, even what you can also do is like select like what do you call it? Damn it. You can set your FSD to economical routes and that sort of thing, so it takes you longer to travel and stuff like that. And you just simply check every system along your way, and that's it. Eventually you will find them. It's a lot of RNG is obviously involved. It's not something like you will find immediately, but at some points you will start remembering, like especially if you're starting to move from Bunda or Shinrar to Desert, you will know that, okay, so if I go this way I'll find a bunch, or if I go downwards I'll also find a bunch. Just do it a few times, you'll start recognizing the map. What's a good way to make money now? Do aliens or something. Passenger missions possibly, but they can be tedious. Yeah, passenger missions are good. Conflict zones are still good if you have like a large, actually if you want to get like 100 million per hour, right? You just get yourself the biggest ship that you have, outfit it, and go into like war zones. Like for example, systems in war, right? Actually, we will be able to check this when we get there. But just tack some missions there, and ships. You just go into conflict zones and kill ships as you would kill skimmers. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit longer. You're not going to be able to make like 200 million or 300 million per hour, right? But otherwise, you will be able to make like something 80 million, 100 million, I think, quite easily. So. Let's see here what I was doing. Alright, so this thing, I need to strip a thing out of this machine. Probably a few things actually. I want to strip this away for now. Store, because it is a useful thing. And then the other thing I want to strip is this frameshift drive. Store. And just to be sure here, do I have the thrusters on my Federal Assault ship? Let's check. Yeah, and also engineered. Okay, perfect. Or just wing up with someone and go into conflict zones. Yeah, like if you like, if 4 of you, right, get the same missions, stacking the missions, right, and just go into the same conflict zone, just rip those ships apart, and it's fairly easy, I guess. Outfitting. Let's see. Okay, shipyards. Back to this guy. And this is the ship I will be using to get myself a million bonds, or should I say million of bonds. And now that I think about it, I should probably, okay, let me just do one more thing before, because I remember on this Eagle I put one shield booster, and that was the resistance one, and I want to have 2 resistance on this Federal Assault ship, just because the resistant boosters are so good in this game. Hello, what's up? Hello. Nothing, man. Starting the stream yet again. Part 2 of build yourself a deadly eagle, right? And we just simply continue where we left off yesterday, which is getting Yuri unlocked, to which, to do so, we need 1,000,000 credits in bonds, right? And the way we're going to do them, we're going to fly to a warring state, right, or a warring system, and we will take our combat-oriented Federal Assault ship, and we're just gonna blow some ships apart until we have new mug. I have a series of those mugs, to be honest. I also have what's his face, Boba Fett, right? But unfortunately, because the helmet is green, right? It like and I'm using a green screen, right? So it doesn't really work. It becomes transparent. Where can I find exquisite focus crystals? Go to Shubabasi or check my video about Shubabasi. Apparently that video is relevant again because crystals are back, and they're giving them out like candies in Shubabasi. Good evening, greetings from Croatia. Hello, my friend. Actually, if you ever watched my video about the combat beluga in a resource extraction site when I was talking with another person about like quantum physics and that sort of thing, right? So that person, that girl, is from Croatia as well. She's a very good friend of mine. Invisible coffee, right? Well, this one is strong one and dark one. My nose is just... Good morning, greetings from California. Well, good evening. Greetings from Ireland, I guess. Let's see, what am I doing here? What the fuck, I have an itch. Let's see, so these things, right, so put them down. And instead, a girl, I thought it was a guy in the beluga video. Yeah, that is a girl. Okay, and then we're gonna use these ones because they are better than straight up megajoule ones. I like, or well, it's debatable, but I really like to have at least 2 of these. Heat sink launcher, chaff launcher. Do I want to get 2 chaff launchers? I probably do, actually, just because we want to troll those NPCs and stuff. Ah, fuck. Damn it! Why did I store that? I'm actually... Lately I've been thinking that the storage in this game is still quite finicky. Like, for example, the biggest thing I hate about module storage, right, is there's no... at least to my knowledge, there is no way to filter by a type of modules, right? For example, filter by weapons, filter by power plants, which would be really helpful, especially when you have like, you know, 60 modules or something, right? And you have to scroll through all of them to find the module that you need, right? I'm now getting in engineering, like in real life or in game? What do you mean? Right, so let's see. Do we have everything? Oh, right, that one more thing. Soon till relics. Okay. Right, optional internals, core internals. Frameshift drive, there we go. We want to put this one in there, right? And the rest is fine here. Ooh, military compartments, cool. Okay, let's put a bunch of shield cell banks. Why not? Right? Because we can. Just to see what sort of utility they actually bring. And let me just see. So prismatics, B. Anything else I want to put here? Yeah, let's just put some rando hull reinforcements here for no reason, actually, just to get ourselves more heavy, basically. It's fine. Okay. Come on. What was that? Okay. And obviously want to, like, I really hate when they move the I really hate when they move these into the storage, right? There's should be like just sell them, you know, or whatever. I so hate them. Right. Missed last stream, you got the whole Facecam thing going on now. I see. Yeah, man, I finally, well, I say finally, I still need to do a lot with it. Basically, I need to get myself a better lighting in the room, because this is a very good camera. It can actually capture 60 FPS, but now it isn't 60 FPS because there isn't a sufficient lighting in my room. So I do want to buy myself a few lighting umbrellas and that sort of thing, right? Hello commanders, hello Cujo. Okay, let's see. I think I'm sorted here. Although I... Wow. These things... Huh, okay. Then it also means that I need myself at least one heatsink launcher, right? Okay, so let's put one. Let's put one for funsies. Heatsink launcher, buying options, exchange, right? I have to be honest though, I always thought you'd be brown for some reason. What do you mean brown? What does that even mean? Oh, full of my data is full for some reason. Let's see, what don't I need? Scan untypical shield cell banks. I guess I don't need these. One day I will realize. Let's keep like 20. Let's keep like 10 for good measure, right? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's. God damn it! What am I doing? If I need to like drop like that much, right? So we have some space. Ah, well, now he's getting red. Hello, Commander, says Benny Stingray. Hello, Benny. How are you, man? Right, let's see. Well, like the camera is fine now. Unfortunately, well, it first of all, it could be more HD, right? That's one thing that I will want to take care of. And second of all, it should be 60 FPS, because you see, if I do this, like the camera footage is sort of floaty and laggy because it's in 30 FPS, right? But this camera is a 60 FPS camera, right? But you need a better lighting for it, and that's what I will have to take care of. I saw already that on Amazon I can buy like two very good 135 watt lighting umbrellas, basically two large LEDs or fluorescent lights with an umbrella in front of it, fluorescent umbrella, which, you know, gives very good light, very soft and equal light, also very forgiving for the eyes as well. So what's going on here? You're engineering an eagle, but you're outfitting the FAS. I am going to... You see, to engineer the eagle, I need to unlock Yuri, right? And to unlock Yuri, I need to get myself some combat bonds. So to get those combat bonds, I am going to take this Federal Assault Ship, which is fully engineered. Doesn't have a fuel tank? Excuse me? How did that happen? What the fuck? It does have a fuel tank, but... What is that reading? What the fuck does that even mean? For one... Okay... I think I know. I think it still remembers the gem data from the Asp Explorer, right? So let's see if we can fix it. What the fuck? Yuri engineers mines. We need carrier ships with ship launch fighters. Type 9 Space Scout with a bunch of fighters would be fun. Yeah, I would love to see. It's all good enough for us. It's not good enough for me. I'm a perfectionist in life. It has to be perfect, right? Don't worry about it. It's something that I will achieve later on, because I do want this YouTube channel to have the best, at least have the best possible quality. But one thing, what am I doing wrong here? Why does that say? What is wrong with that? Let me just relog. I don't really understand with that bar. I never seen a blue bar like that before. Is that a bug? Haha. Phanicus Infinius Infensis. You'll see. I'll show you something that will blow your head off, mate. This build is going to be absolutely brutal and unfair, and we're going to make people rage quit the game. Can you speak with any voice again? No, I can't. That was awesome. Alright, okay, so apparently it is a bug. Let me just see here. So my fire groups, a bunch of pulse lasers. Let's do like that, right? 4 pulses. I think we're good here, right? I don't think I missed it. Well, if I missed something, we'll obviously come back. No, man, have you heard? Federal corvette with mines would be OP, man, especially if they are in huge slots. No, I don't think that would do anything, actually. To use mines efficiently, you need something that is very fast and very light, and can perform dive bombing maneuvers, for example, like an eagle, right? Ah, shit. Come on. Don't drink and fly, you guys. Don't drink and fly. Oh wait, are you going to like fly by people and put a bunch of mines near them and then just fly away at breakneck speeds? Maybe. Or maybe I will modify those mines with some very particular modifications that upon connecting will literally make people rage quit the game. Who knows? We'll see. Right, need to remember how to fly my Federal Assault Ship. Whee! Right, okay. Good pitch, good yaw, good roll. Fun ship. Highly recommended, by the way. It's still one of my favorite ships in the game, Federal Assault Ship.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Don't care about the camera, but the content has been great. Came back to Elite Dangerous about a week ago. Glad I found your channel. Overcharged mines? Nope, not overcharged. That would be stupid and not fun and dull. There's something way more exciting than overcharged. They need rift mines. Well, honestly, they have... oh, hold on a second. Of course we forgot to bring fuel scoop, but we don't need one. That's fine. And don't always have to remember not to fly too close to stars in the Federal Assault Ship that it, for some reason, doesn't like them. Always gets hot. Federal Assault Ship or Python? I would say Federal Assault Ship. Given given the mods and stuff like that that you have now. And
4, 3,
let's see here.
1.
No, I do think that Federal Assault Ship is in a very good position now. Interesting. Haha. You'll see, man, you'll see. I'm very excited. Also, I think once I'm done with Eagle, obviously I'm going to engineer. As I said, in this series, I will engineer every single combat ship in the game, right? Maybe even Type 9 will be deemed worthy to be a combat ship, right? But once we're done with that, I mean that's gonna take the longest time. Let me just see here. Right, so we do have a conflict zone here. So set filter system. Okay, so high intensity, obviously. But what I wanted to say is, hold on here. Fuck, I'm getting distracted here. But right, so I want to have a couple of dive bombers is what I'm trying to say, right? One of them is going to be the Imperial Eagle. Second one, I think, will actually be the Mark IV Viper, which is some really good news for the Mark IV Viper, because it's sort of been on the not interesting side of things, right? It's sort of, I don't know, people never really liked Mark IV Viper for PvP, especially. There are some merits of using the third version or the Mark III, right? But Mark IV was always meh. But I think I did discover a very good thing, or a thing that a Mark IV Viper does really, really well. And we're going to explore that as well in the very near future, after I'm done with Eagle and the Cobra. I think we'll switch to Viper, or maybe just switch to Viper after the Eagle, we'll see. You know what is annoying? The crew is automatic set to inactive. Yeah, I guess that's also annoying. Greetings from Germany. I work on a shieldless hull tank silent running assault ship. No idea how it will work out, but I think it's fun. I don't think it will work out just due to people, especially in large ships, currently running emissive munition small turrets, right? Like burst turrets. That thing simply defeats, like simply just completely denies the every single silent running build in the game right now, because one single hit from that and you're permanently visible, and they can just, you know, blow you up at leisure. Let's see here. So choose a faction. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Right?
Under attack.
What the fuck? Seriously? I still like. I really hate that on some machines they still haven't fixed this this jitter, not jitter, but this weird bug thing that makes you stutter after you switched an instance. It's quite a good testament to pitch and yaw of the
Target shields.
of Federal Assault Ship, that you can just, you know, casually fight a small ship like that.
Target destroyed.
Alright, let's see. Actually, I don't like the weapons on two groups here. Are you using rapid fire pulse lasers? Yes, I am. I just realized it's probably going to be... Wait up. Fucking idiot. What am I doing here? It's going to be a little bit harder for me to read the chat, because I now don't read the chat on my monitor. I read on a secondary laptop, and it's a little bit more awkward. So I probably won't be able to read the comments as often, but I will make sure to read them as much as I can here. Hello, corvette. Why did I pick the side that's fighting against like boring ships. What the fuck? I want to shoot those corvettes actually. Let's see. That's what emissive rounds are for. The PvP, of course. Yeah, emissive rounds are overpowered against silent running ships. So, to the point where emissive rounds just made silent running ships just simply incompatible with this game at the moment, because you try silent running, they hit you once with emissive munitions turret, and that's it. You're gone forever. You simply lose. What is the best way to make money now? So Engineer Reconnaissance is dead for other than CZ. Other than CZ missions, I would say, like passenger missions. Okay, let's see here. So I do want to have it like this, right? Okay. Probably shouldn't mess with NPCs, thrusters. To be honest, just go for power plant instead. My bad. Too lazy to switch now. Right, let's fly better here. Sort of. Actually, I haven't flown with the Federal Assault Ship in a while now. Just need to remember some tactics here, and also the rate of fire things do feel different. A little bit different after the update. Right, so wing up with friends to go to sea, it's still good. Is there any way I can get chemical manipulators without murdering innocent transport vessels? Go to a resource extraction site and, you know, fight like, or go to resource extraction site in a lawless system, right, or an anarchy system, and fight and just kill miners, I guess. There's really no other way. Or do missions, or the long and boring way, basically.
Under attack.
Who's attacking me here? Ooh, Federal Assault Ship. Cool.
Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Temperature critical.
Okay. I guess spamming NPCs are a thing again in this update.
Target shields offline. Under attack. Easy. Void.
Okay.
Warning. Temperature critical.
What the fuck? Like one after another. Okay. I like how every single update, like Frontier Development, goes, maybe NPCs should not spam chaff. The other one, maybe they should, and then maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they should after all. Like, I don't know.
Under attack. Warning. Impulse attack. Trajectory disruption. Target shields offline.
Okay, where is that thing here?
Warning. Temperature. Target shields offline. Warning. Taking heat damage.
They still haven't fixed NPCs being extremely accurate with railguns, even though it's on the patch notes. Good job, Frontier. Yeah, they've been like super accurate from day one and stuff like that. What is a rough estimate credit per hour with passengers? I would say something like 20 million to 30 million per hour. Oh, shields of flight, okay.
Taking damage.
This is a bit disappointing, like
Heat sink deployed.
the what do you call them? Right, fuck it. The rate of fire phasing sequence pulses. There's something wrong with them. I'm not really sure. Is it my rolls that have been messed with or something? But they just don't seem to do any damage whatsoever. Like before the patch, this Viper would just die in like something like 10 seconds. So I think alright, whatever.
Frameshift drive charging.
I guess we're going to switch to the old and boring multi-cannon builds just to do this mission. Whatever, let's do boring.
Four, three, two, one. Engage.
That is a bit disappointing. Let's see here. These things are... Yeah, that damage was really poor. Like, what the fuck? Like, I had this this build before the patch, right? And I was using it to hunt merits, and it was fantastic. It was a pleasure to fly, but now it seems something's wrong with these weapons. I actually need to go back and check. Maybe they've been re-rolled to some terrible extent or something, but that was quite interesting.
Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
Does the malfunction? Seriously? Hello?
Frameshift drive charging.
A test they made sniper-sized 4 cannons more fun on my Furtherlands. Sure. Something that I haven't tried yet, but may try in the future.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Alright. Okay. That is a bit disappointing because I'm thinking that they may have over-nerfed phasing sequence lasers, and that would be a little bit annoying, but for another reason, right? So for example, something like let's go back to hi new, I'm dad. Hi man, how are you? So one thing, right?
Drive charging.
Phasing sequence builds in the previous patch were sort of viable, right? until people discover that if you run all those further lances with overcharged and or emissive multi-cannons, right, and you use premium ammunition, you can simply outdamage everyone, right? So every single build, every single, you know, like big ship build in particular that was not like a meme build, right, or a wing type assist type build, right, just became pretty much useless, right? Because you would find yourself fighting a corvette or a cutter that are using, you know, fully multi-cannons with all of them are fully you know, uploaded with premium ammunitions that give you 30% damage, and they would just kill you instantly with no effort whatsoever. And that is still available, so until they attend to that, right, and instead, like, instead of attending to that, if they just keep, you know, nerfing builds like, you know, phasing sequence lasers and that sort of thing, right, it's going to be a very dull meta for a while. I guess we're going to stick with these bomber or dive bomber builds just to keep some fun, right? I love my overcharged FDL. Yeah, sure. But you see, the problem about that is that every single person in the game loves their overcharged Furtherlands, and that's a problem, because it doesn't give any breathing space to other ships, you know, to be good. Because, you know, if Furtherlands is so good that everybody's, you know, flying one, and if you know, if overcharged you know, multi-cannons are so good that everybody's using one, right? So instead of this being called, you know, Elite Dangerous or something, it should just be called, you know, Multi-Cannons Online or something, or Multi-Cannon Furtherlands Online. Because, you know, why not? Let's see here. Let me just check my instruments. Okay. So that was a bit sobering. I wanted to do this in a fun way, using this Federal Assault ship, but I don't think that's going to be possible for now. So we will probably use something that is super boring, like a corvette or a cutter or something. Just to be done with the mission quickly and not have any fun whatsoever. So now that this new patch has finally dropped, the bi-weave shields are super good now, right? Debatable. I don't think I don't think any shields will be good except for prismatics until they attend the premium munitions on multi-cannons, because now they can just like rip you apart so quickly. That 30 damage buff is unbelievable. 30% damage, I mean.
Landing gear deployed.
Okay. You want some help? I'm in the Founders World area. Sure. It's not that I need any help, although it would be fun, I guess, to fly like with other people from the stream. But no, I was just testing something here, but these phasing sequence pulses seem to be unusable now. Like, what the fuck? I used this build before the patch. It was absolutely lovely to fly. Now it's a little bit clumsy and doesn't really do anything. So let's see what's the problem here. Okay, let me check hard points. Modifications. Damage per second 18.8, damage 4.6. Jitter 49. Oh. What the fuck? see that damage, which is now 3.5, used to be at least, actually used to be 4.6, right? I see. I see what this is about now. Maybe not 4. I think it was 4. I think at least on that particular one was 4.6, 2.1 damage per second, 12 2. And okay, it's very interesting to see. Well, armor piercing is gone as well, or is it? It's sort of. Okay, there's nothing too glaring about them from the stats, but they do feel incredibly different. Chen County community goal. It seems it's PvP oriented. Yeah, sure. I think they took Blaster McQueen's description to serious with the whole overpowered multi-cannons lol. Yeah, pretty much. Alright. Okay. Let's store a bunch of these and put the ship for a rest for a while. We will have to go back to do some testing, but at the moment this is sort of not a part of the agenda, so I will skip it for now. And we'll do some testing offline, but it's I don't know why, but it feels so much different. Okay, let's see which boring ship can we use to sort of blast through this mission here. How about you? What do we have here? Multi-cannons, corrosive, torpedoes, railguns. And boosters. I wonder where the boosters are. Thrusters. Shield booster 1. Okay. Yeah, let's use this boring thing. So 6-minute wait. Well, you cannot do this action. Yeah, sure. Let's do this. I'm fine. Oh, store multiple looks new. No, it's not new. It's been since day 1. Well, day 1 of module storage, right? But it is quite handy. So while the corvette is traveling here, I will take some time to answer questions and that sort of thing. Let me just check what I missed. Doesn't the system have to be in a state of famine or something like that? If you want to get chemical manipulators these days, right? You go into an outbreak system and look for distribution center. No, it's not distribution, it's convoy signal, right? There is a point of interest called convoy signal, and you go into it and you can actually still shoot down like transport ships and get yourselves the chemical manipulators. Yep, on my way to 1 now. Good luck, man. Good luck. And still, I would say, like, if you guys have like plans of using a lot of modules that will need chemical manipulators, I would suggest you getting them now, because Frontier Development really doesn't like those point of interests, right, where you can actually find yourselves a bunch of transport ships. They keep Vape Nation. they keep removing them one by one, and I think actually that the convoy signals or the convoy beacons is one of the last ones, one of the last places where you can actually get chemical manipulators quickly. So if I were you, I would stock up on them. D, for a corvette, would you recommend a 7A shield or a 7C biweave shields? I would recommend prismatics for now. And it does matter, it doesn't really matter for PvE. Although I would still go for prismatics. Good evening, Binary. So for those who are joining the stream just now, what I'm doing is I'm waiting for my corvette to be ported into the station here, right? It's gonna take... Or wait, did I? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I thought I clicked... Hold on, I did click it. Wait, is that another bug here? I remember clicking it and it even said do you want to confirm. So what we're doing here is obviously we will still be upgrading the Imperial Eagle, but to get to that point we need to unlock ourselves another engineer named Yuri. And to unlock Yuri we need to get some combat bonds, right? Like 1,000,000 worth. So we tried to do them with a Federal Assault Ship or the build that I used before the patch, but I think patch ruined this build. I still can't put my finger on it where exactly it got ruined, but it feels very different and doesn't really feel powerful at all as it used to. So I will have to figure out what happened to the ship later, but for now, and just to be done with the mission quickly, I'm transporting my corvette and we're going to just blow through those ships and be done with this mission as soon as we can. Although I did remember pressing this, so I don't understand what happened there. What is the best way to rank up Federation? Want me a corvette? Just do donations in combat, in the civil unrest systems that belong to Federation. Hello, Black Skull. How are you, man? Right, so basically we have 6 minutes, 5 minutes and a bit, right? Once we get the corvette here, I'm just gonna blow through those ships as quickly as possible, and then we will continue on unlocking Yuri here. And I think, yeah, actually, the good thing is that Yuri is the last part of the puzzle, and we will be done with this build, so we can take it to PvP, we can start testing, we can... You know, I can do some practice fights with you guys. You can join my private group here. We can duke it out, have some fun with it, right? And then at the end of the week, I will do a full review video. I will show the exact build and what are the why I use those things. You know, what was the reasoning. And how it should work, and then we will move on to the next ship, which will either be Cobra Mark III or Viper Mark IV. I still haven't decided. Took me 2 days to get Imperial max rank, so was hoping some easy way like this. Well, which way did you do it? Like, which system did you use actually? Well, John Petra says, D, besides prismatic shields, are there any other useful power play items, weapons? The containment missiles are good, right? From Yuri Grom, and also the Pack Hound missiles are very, very good. They're fantastic. There are some really good builds with them. Imperial Hammer railguns are good. Enforcer multi-cannons are good on some small ships. I would say, yeah, there are a few good things to use there. Pon says, at some point I want to make a all pack hound build, lol. What would a good ship for that be? Furtherlands, Imperial Courier. But, yeah, actually Imperial Courier is a very good ship for that. Used to be very powerful when the thermal pack hounds were still available, or still a thing, right? Used to be a very deadly build. Two minutes, guys. By the way, did you guys notice the improved quality of the stream itself? I've managed to stream at a much higher bitrate than I used to. I used to stream at 10,000 per second. Now it's 50,000. So it should be like full HD, like pretty much the identical quality as I see on my computer here. One thing that's annoying me here is that my own channel is not showing that I'm online. Okay. Thanks, YouTube, I guess. I need your cloth, your boots, and your motorcycle. I need your clothes, your boots. Give them to me. Vroom vroom. Made 500 mil while doing it, so don't really want to say. Sure, man. Whatever. I've made a few dollars as well in this game. Ugh, don't think I'll ever need more. Stream looks better for me. Yeah, it should. It definitely should. I actually hope that my router doesn't explode from this sort of bitrate, and I really hope that I don't get like angry emails from my internet provider, because I'm now streaming like something like 50 megs per second. It's a little bit dodgy, but you know, as long as it works, whatever, screw them. Dude, please, I really love the Empire. Just PM me on an era. Commander Black Skull Coyote, please. Black Skull, if you go to forums and just ask, I think there will be people who will let you know. It's I'm not really sure why that guy doesn't want to share, but it's probably common knowledge. So just ask around in the forums, I would say. When you talk about Federation rank and offer a donation, people do not always take it. People do not like to spend money. It may be worth recommend a courier mission in Seos or Sardis. Yeah, that's also a good thing to do. Like, but you see, when people ask, right, they always say, what is the fastest way? And the correct answer is donations. And obviously the second, well, I wouldn't say the second fastest, second good way would, yeah, go to Seos and Sardis and do it like the transition ones. I'm here to say a big hi. Hi, Sev, how are you, man? I'm just waiting for my ship to arrive here, which just did, actually. So good stuff. Let us take it, and I'm gonna casually just rip those ships apart and be done with this mission. I wanted it to do in a fun way with a Federal assault ship, but there's something wrong with the build here after the patch. It doesn't seem to want to work. So whatever. Bunda literally means butt in Portuguese. Well, do you think the developer... Actually, you see, development is one thing, but I'm actually wondering if you go into Google and type Bunda system or star system, right? I wonder if it's also documented into like NASA's catalogs and stuff like that, like as a Bunda, or is that just like a made up name? Let's see here, torpedoes. Alright, let's put something fun here. What can we put here? Let's put some pack hounds, huh? Thermal cascade. Sure, pack hounds, why not? Looking forward to your fast build. Yeah, man, I'm actually looking forward to that as well, because apparently we're going to have to build something completely different than now. So, yeah, I'm sort of already thinking about it. Thermal cascade, here we go. Probably don't need a railgun as well. Let's put something different here. Transfer options. Is that scramble? It is scramble spectrum. And what do I want to put here? Let's put emissive munitions, because why not, right? Or this thing. Yeah, emissive munitions. Let's put another scramble spectrum. Fuck it. Hey D, want to know the only changes on shield? Hey. Yeah, sure, man. If you know something that we don't, let us know. Absolutely. I think I like that. Okay, let's see. The countermeasures, that's fine. Bunch of these things. Like, from what I know, from what I heard, that diminishing returns were not applied to boosters, so good times, I guess. Okay, so let's see. So the first is pack hounds like this, and the second, oh shit, where did that go? And the second would be, these are okay, these are also okay, like that, right? So we don't always want to shoot this multi-cannon, right? We just want to shoot it when the hull is down. Bunch of things here: frame shift drive, power distributor, live support, disable one of these, right? Probably just leave it like that. Yeah, this should be okay. Yeah, whatever, let's not overthink in here, doesn't matter. Resistance, shield boost, resistance to all types reduced by 2%. That doesn't seem like... Actually, from the boosters I saw, there's not that many change. Like, they were all like... Oh, I guess, yeah, I guess they were 15%, right? And now it's something like 13, 14. Yeah, I see what you mean. That sounds about right. Warring system here, right? Four gems. Do I even have... I don't think I have a fuel scoop, but doesn't matter. There is 100 million missions now for ancient ruins. Yeah. And obviously, if you guys need money, I would suggest you do them. I personally will sort of hold off until they confirm that there is actually another reason to do them apart from money. Like if you get some sort of like buffs, debuffs, you know, key items for the future, like lore missions and stuff like that. But for now, that doesn't really seem to be any other reason apart from money. Apart from money for doing them, right? So I'm not really interested. Wait, Zen, do I have you on the friends list here? Oh, right, so let's see. First of all, let me invite you to my private group here. Groups. What the? Who the fuck are these two? Sure, I guess. Group join requests. I know her. Know this guy. A bunch of these people I don't even remember. Let's see here. Members online. And where's that guy here? Man, this, there we go. Invite to private. Yeah, Zen, I sent you an invite to my private group. So if you want to switch over, sure, we can wing up and that sort of thing, right? I'll stay put here for a second. No notification again. Also, I was unsubbed. Oh my god. Thanks, Google. Fixed cannon damage increased by 25%. Our cannon's better now. Thinking of doing fixed weapons build, but even though my aim sucks, I don't think I would bother with something like fixed cannon builds of all things. And 25% damage doesn't sound even that impressive. Like you can get that on multi cannons just from premium ammunition and that sort of thing. So, and that's something that is even better on multi cannons because of the fire rate and that sort of thing. I don't know. It's really too early to say. I think that this is the perfect time for me to be doing this series, right? Because obviously we're going to be moving through every single ship. Multi cannons are nerfed a bit, but not enough. Definitely not enough. And as I said, I do think that it's a very good time for me to be doing this sort of a series of, you know, going through every single combat ship out there and actually finding builds that work really well in the current quote-unquote meta, right? So I think that's going to be beneficial, obviously, for myself as well, and also for my viewers here and all of you guys, because we will literally go and see, you know, what are the best builds there. Simple. And every single time that a better build comes up, you know, we will update the videos and stuff like that. And I will do reviews and show every single build and that sort of thing. Obviously, it's going to take time. From my estimations, it's going to take something like 20 weeks, or well, maybe 15 weeks, let's say, to upgrade every single ship that I want to upgrade. And make them combat ready or even PvP ready, right? So it's going to take some time. I would say at least 5 months, 4 months, maybe 5 months. But obviously these sort of things don't happen quickly. You need about a week to fully upgrade a ship from buying it to the position where it's, you know, fully upgraded and that sort of thing. But I think it will be fun. I'm actually looking forward to it, and I'm quite excited. CQC with the devs, gonna head off. Good luck, man. Good luck, man. Good luck with your fun there. Rip those devs a new one. For myself here, I'm more interested in this carpet bombing Eagle build, or dive bomber Eagle build, but as mentioned before, we need to get this Yuri guy unlocked for the build. Actually, Rob, that's to be honest, you got me, man. That was sort of the same thing that I was thinking. I thought to myself, right, there's nothing really that much to do in the game, right? Might as well just go upgrade every single ship, and by the time I'm done, you know, Targoids Part 2 will be out there. So, my sentiments, exactly.
Frameshift drive charging.
Also, I like how this vapor is messing with the camera's focus. I don't think she likes it. Yeah, man, Python, every single combat ship, or any single ship that can be considered combat. I think I will also do something like a combat T9, just because, right? Just because lulz. If you run in front of a car, you get tired. If you run behind a car, you get exhausted. No puns, my only weakness. Stop. That's quite clever. I like a well thought out pun. Targoids Part 2, the trilogy. See now coming to a theater near you. Right. Hi Camo, how are you, man? I'm actually a bit annoyed that I have to do this in the corvette. I wanted to fly in something more fun to watch, but it is what it is. My previous builds seem to be ruined by the new update. Well, maybe not every single build, but that fast update, or the not fast update, the Federal Assault Ship build seems to be just wrecked. That's quite a pretty looking planet there, actually. I like the it almost looks like it has an atmosphere there. Pretty. Yeah, 10 out of 10 IGN for the sound, guys. Yeah, sure. Sound of that encounter was, I think, the most impressive thing. Did you set up a private PvP group or that on that to-do list? It's on a to-do list. The only problem, right, is that currently there is very little merit of actually having, like, I think we need to wait. Hold on a second. What's happening here? I hope I took the same group. I mean, I hope I took the same faction to fight against as my friend here. Wow, look at those byweaves go. NPC smart, NPC use byweave. Right, where's the thing? Here? Right, let's read the chat here. Do you think they will make a movie or a TV series out of ED? It will be a cliffhanger on every scene. Alright. Like, you will have to wait like years, like you have to wait like 3 years until the next one and stuff like that. Lasers OP. Nah, man, they seem pathetic now. Before like every 2 seconds, it seemed like I remember like using this build in PvP, right? These lasers used to do something like two. Let me just. I'm really annoyed by this, to be honest. Right. Okay. Like before the patch, these lasers seem to do like 2% damage, almost like per, not per second, but every like couple of seconds. Right now it seems to be way slower than that, and it's sort of annoying. It does seem like to be honest, unnecessarily, right? Instead of actually nerfing like premium ammunition on multi-cannons, they decided to nerf a build that it was almost sort of countering it in a way, but not really. But this phasing sequence build, there's just nerf seems to be completely unnecessary, right? I still love my vulture. I still use it for PvP combat. It's absolutely fantastic. Although it will now need a new build, but I think I know what build I will be using. I will be using the what do you call them? Plasma accelerators on it. Oh, what the fuck did I just do? Idiot. Wrong key. Did not want to fire those shield cell bangs. Just wanted to switch my build, my loadout.
Under attack. Flight assist off. Flight assist off. Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage.
Let's see here. Ooh, more corvettes.
Warning. Impulse attack. Projectile
Eagle.
disruption.
Right.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Okay. Are phasing sequence still worth getting? I don't know. And some more testing is needed. It sort of seems to be okay still, but you know, I'm firing huge ones, and these were like god rolls back in the day when I got them. They were just absolutely sublime how good they were. But now the answer is more science is needed, I would say. Especially in PvP. This is just PvE. It's pointless. But yeah, if I'll have a chance, I will test them in open in PvP as well. So until that, I can't really say. They do seem to be less powerful now. Ah, fuck.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Any tips for Empire rank? There was some guy who said he got Empire full rank with the Empire in like 2 days, right? So maybe that's a very good guy to ask how he did it. My tip is always donations. Although he may have been full of shit, to be honest, because he was like, oh no, I can't say. So who knows, who knows. The best advice so far is still do donations. Or you can do data transfer missions, right? And I think Shubabasi is a very good system for that. So you may want to just double check what's the story there in Shubabasi these days. Reduce multiplier on phasing sequence by 20%. What do you mean multiplier? Or should I say, what do you mean by multiplier? Is it like the breach damage or what? Wait a second. Where is that corvette? There. Optimum. How much donate costs overall? It depends. You can find something like 100k, 200k, a million, 700k. But I would say on average it's something like 200, 300k. So you will have to fork up some millions, but it's usually not that bad. And it does save your time, to be honest. Like, really, really save your time.
Under attack. Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage. Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage.
Oh. Pretty game.
Warning. Temperature critical. Target shields offline.
By multiplier, I think it means the breach damage and the normal damage, because I did see that my damage of like not even the breach damage, the normal damage of my lasers was something like 20% less. So I guess it's the normal damage that's got nerfed, not the breach damage. Which is probably not that bad, to be honest, when you really think about it. There's worse things to nerf. Or I mean worse nerfs that could happen. Seems to be okay. Right, let's see here. What the fuck is happening here? Federal gunship.
Heat sink deployed. Under attack.
I'm a bit surprised how much damage it can take here. Am I ready to hear the best change? Tell me, man. Go on.
Target shields offline. Warning, temperature critical. Under attack. Warning, taking heat damage. Target destroyed. Target shields offline.
Fix for lack of exquisite focus crystals as a mission reward. Yeah, I know that. I actually know that. The people were telling me on my video, on my guide of how to find exquisite focus crystals, that they're back. So that's a good. That's literally the best thing to have happen. Climate change is such a joke. Even the Antarctic ice sheets are cracking up.
Warning,
Are you just like going on internet to find like the best puns in the world or something to entertain me? Because they are working. Let's see, what's our combat bonds look like here?
target shields online.
We're like halfway through, so cool. Let's see. Let's restore the shields a little bit here.
Warning, temperature critical.
Yeah, and we seem to be like halfway through, so once we're done with that, we're gonna go unlock Yuri, and we will continue with our amazing Eagle build, which I'm very excited for now. I asked early on, I have not found any yet. You have to do just like, first of all, go to Shubabasi, right? Second of all, get yourself some patience, man, because you have to sort of do the whole relogging for a while, because even back in the day, Shubabasi would give you the crystal, but it would take time, and from what I heard, it's much easier to get them now than they used to be. Like, literally, people used to spend days there until they got their first crystal. So I'm sure you will be able to get it at some point quickly. Hey guys and gals, hi Kelsha, how are you? Welcome to the stream. We're sort of done with what we're trying to achieve here. We want to basically unlock Yuri, the engineer that we're missing for mines, which is going to be a big part of our build here.
Target shields online.
Also, these NPCs seem to be running nothing but HRPs or Hollow Reinforcement packages in their military slots, because they are quite tanky. It's quite interesting to see something like a Federal Assault ship so tanky. Well, Federal Assault ships are tanky, but they shouldn't be this tanky. Come on, come on. Don't have all day. I'm not too bad, thanks. Yeah, I just came back from, well, I say just, I'm in the stream for a while now, but I came back from work today. Sort of set up my stream to have better quality than it used to have. I've actually spent a few hours at work researching how to do that, and I finally able to stream at like nearly like 10 times better than I used to be able to. So I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy that the stream has not broken, that it's working as intended, right? So and apart from that, we're basically like we continued from where we left off yesterday. It's basically unlocking the engineer that gives you mine upgrades, and once we do that, it's actually this is sort of like a finishing lap, right? Because once we do upgrade that guy, and once we do unlock that guy and we upgrade the mines themselves, we will be done with the build. So then we can do some skirmishes, we can do some sparring, we can go attack some people, and in open. By people I mean obviously pirates, not people who are not wanted. But yeah, we'll see. It's sort of, I think it may take another day to actually get enough materials for the mine launchers. I want at least 3, actually I want 4. So we will need to gather enough materials for grade 5 mine launchers and 4 of them. But once we're done. That build is going to be completed, and during the weekend I will write a proper build or a guide, I should say, like also like a review of that particular build once we're done with it. So it's there and documented, and people who do want to build something similar or literally the exact same ship can, you know, do so at their leisure. Hold on here, I see some Yo Mama jokes. I'm quite interested to see those, but need to finish this Python first. My burst laser doesn't want to do its job, it seems. Right, let me just read here for a second. Yo Mama's so fat that when she flew by my ship I got mass locked. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm doing some massacre missions at Maya and I got 5 exquisite focus crystals since yesterday. Good stuff. What weapon loadout should I take on my Conda? I don't have the engineers unlocked yet. If it's for like PvE only, or specifically PvE, I would suggest just going for multi-cannons. It seemed to be really they really are a no-brainer at this point. Until I do feel that in the future they may be the first contenders to get nerfs, but for now, yeah, multi-cannons. All multi-cannons even. You know, why not? And the Russian community of people say that these crystals are now Sipiatsa tons. Not really sure what that means. Why do a Java programmer needs glasses? They can't. What are you firing here? What do you mean what? I'm firing a bunch of things. I'm pretty sure you mean right, just let me double check. Do you mean these things? The ones that are locking now and firing now? These are called pack hounds. They are a faction specific, like power play reward weapons from Lei Cheng, I think.
Under attack.
Let me see here. So yeah, we're almost done here. Just need to kill a couple of ships here. Wait a second, it's Google Translator. Sure, man.
Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage. Flight assist off. Flight assist off. Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage.
Oh, come on.
Warning. Taking
Fuck
heat
you.
damage.
Stupid wipers.
Target destroyed.
Seriously?
Heat sink deployed.
There's actually no reason for you to be malfunctioning, laser, so stop protesting and go back to work. Let's see, that way. They drop in tons. Yeah, exquisite focus crystals seem to be as common as other things. Sipiatsa ton, pour in tons. Modified embedded firmware, can you get that from missions now? I think you could always get that. You could always get that from missions, actually. I don't even think I know that you could have. Man, being surrounded with this equipment makes me like sit in the weirdest positions here. Like, let's see. Where's that power plant there? Yeah, and it's a good thing, to be honest. Like it should drop in tons just to equal the thing that used to be happening before, right? Because they used to drop like, you know, once per month for people and stuff like that. It was crazy dumb. So bad.
Under attack.
Like and it's even worse because they are very useful, because you absolutely must have them to craft the charge enhanced power distributors, which are literally the best distributors in the game, right? And every ship needs one. And you take the best module in the game, almost, right, and tear it up with a material that it's impossible to find, and you pretty much have like a recipe for disaster. And I'm pretty happy that they finally sort of fixed it, you know, because like exquisite focus crystals were so appallingly rare and so annoying to find, right? That I've like like they on some level actually exquisite focus crystals inspired this channel. And if you've seen any of my previous videos, right, you saw that there was like an ending sequence that I did. I've actually spent something like 20 hours animating it, that actually showcased a scumbag exquisite focus crystal. So I'm very happy for everyone basically that the exquisite focus crystals are now more reasonable to get, you know. Frontier Development Disasters Cookbook. Right? I think we're almost done here. Almost done here. Let's see here. Oh my god, a fully engineered death is just insane. Of course, of course. I think she quite recently engineered her own corvette to full extent. Seems to be pretty happy with it. Yeah, something to be happy about. High stream. Yeah, she is one of the fuel rats now. Respectable community, the respectable saviors of the community, or whatever they call themselves these days. Let's see here. So a couple more ships and we're done with this nonsense. One thing that is quite apparent is that NPC ships seem to be quite sturdier these days than they used to before the patch, which is a good thing, I guess. Not that it's more of a challenge. It's like more of a,
Target destroyed.
you know, do more of the same type of thing. Shoot them for longer. Hi, I've run out of fuel. Where are you? Sagittarius A. That happened once. Some fuel rat like traveled like 40. Like like there was a guy stuck like even past Sagittarius, right? So he was like 40,000 light years away from civilization, and some fuel rat went out of his way and to go and save him. Yeah, he made news. I think he was like on BBC or something. Some crazy stuff like that, right? Sure, well worth it. It's good job by him. Hey D, hi Robert, how are you, man? Actually, one thing I want to do now is, hold on a second, I want to adjust something here with my camera. Just gonna mess with the tripod for a little bit. I want to see if this makes it a little bit better. They brought me back from Draconis 17, lol. Sorry, you will see some shakiness in the camera, and I hope I don't go outside my green screen here. If I will, it's gonna be very embarrassing, but I just want to actually adjust my camera a little bit.
Target destroyed.
I got one! Good stuff. Good, congratulations. I assume you mean Exquisite Focus Crystal, right? So good stuff, good job. And yeah, we're also done here. So Zen Pendragon, we're done here, man. I got my million combat bonds. Wait, is it million or 10 million? I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something stupid like 10 million. So 1, 2, 3. That's 6 zeros, right? Man, this tally is far away. Yeah, 6 zeros. Okay. So, wait, where? How far is that guy? Do I just fly there with my corvette or something? Like, let's see. Yuri. How far are you? 79 light years. Ah, fuck it. Gonna go back to Shinrarta, get my eagle, and go there. Actually, not eagle, the asp, because we will have to. Where is it? Where's my home? Here. 4 gems. Okay. Speaking about fuel rats, I'm wondering if that's gonna be enough fuel for me. Well, whatever. YOLO, right? Hey D, what is the best engineer effect to put on the pack hounds? It's debatable. I still have thermal cascade just to have like an debuff weapon, right? It does seem to help a bit in PvP, but these days I would have to go look at the entire list, to be honest. I'm not sure, but one thing for sure is that during this, you know, ship upgrading series, I will take a look at pack hounds at some point, and we will try to find another build, like almost like a missile bow type of build that works, right? But for now, I don't have a straight up answer. Let's go refuel here. I don't want to. I don't feel like calling fuel rats today. I realized midway that this microphone is probably strong enough to pick it up, so sorry about that. I need to get some better streaming mannerism here. Pack hounds are in an interesting position at the moment. Like the drag munitions is bad, it doesn't work. Thermal cascade is no longer any good. To the point where I would say just go for damage? Or like, what do you call it? Thermal damage? To drop enemy shields as fast as possible and then just snipe their what do you call them? The power plant or thrusters? It should be good for that, to be honest. Probably very good for that. So my answer to your question would be go for thermal. Not thermal cascade, but the one that lets you do, like, this is the same thing that with multi-cannons, right? Incendiary rounds, right? Or whatever it's called for the missiles. I know there is one. Or I think there is one. I'm pretty sure there is one. Didn't want to over accelerate there, but
Scan detected.
come on. This now I see why texting and driving is such a problem. Like, even in a video game, reading and flying is a massive health hazard.
Landing gear deployed.
I'll try that, thanks. Yeah, always, I think it's always a good idea to do science, you know. Test until you find the best. Haha. That rhymed in the most gay way ever, so sorry for those who had to hear it. It wasn't not intentional. Fucking hell. Shaking head at myself here.
Landing complete. Execute system shutdown. We trust this facility will serve you well, Commander.
So back fuel back online. Fuel back online. I don't know, I'm losing control of my English here for some reason. Right, so yeah, basically we're done here. So we need to get my ASP and go deliver these combat bonds to Yuri. And then we will probably have to go grind some common materials, or I think I'll do that in Shinrarta system, in one of those, you know, favorite planets of mine, to grind commons. And afterwards we're going to go power level with Yuri, and then obviously we'll have to grind some materials to level 5 upgrades. I do think that I want 4 of the mine launchers just to have them. And I think it's going to take some time. I think today I will get, before I go to bed, or before I end the stream, should I say, I think I will get the commons today and then leave the rest of the mats for tomorrow's stream, and once we do get the rest of the mats we will be done with it. So after that the fun thing will begin. Thanks for the answers, D. It's been fun watching the stream during lunch break, but gotta get back to work now laters. Sure, man, I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching my stream and all. I really appreciate that. Actually, speaking of which, I'm wondering what's my view count here. Like, my new setup doesn't really allow me to see my views here. Okay, quite reasonable. It used to be much easier to check the views, but no, it is what it is. Okay, so Yeah, that's pretty much the plan for tonight. Nothing too special, but you know, if you want to have the fun toys, you have to do the engineering. There's just no way around it. It's not the most exciting thing to do, but I guess it's beneficial, you know. Commodities are removed. Yeah, thank goodness. That was the bane of engineering, to be honest, because like every single time you had to get something like reinforced mounting plate, right? Fly 200 light years in a direction that you'd never go otherwise, right? Every single time. Then get chain interdicted by NPCs for carrying cargo and that sort of thing. It was just the worst, right? So engineer now simply by the fact that commodities are gone, the engineering has been made easier, something like 25%, which is a huge percent.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage. 3, 2, 1, engage.
Evening Fatini, how are you? Congratulations on your corvette. I saw you were pretty happy about it. Asga must be empty now. Yeah, probably, to be honest. Let's see here. Jameson base. No. Station, right? Oh my. She's just a loony. A loony? I assume you got yourself the full multi-cannon build or something and like, oh my god, power overwhelming. I know that feeling. When you first get all multi-cannons on your corvette. Hey D, I'm doing upgrades to my FSD grade 4. I have manganese. Where is the best place to find the other two? Chemical distillery and eccentric hyperspace trajectories. Any ideas? Well, for hyperspace trajectories, you go into an outbreak system and find yourself a convoy beacon, and there's going to be a bunch of ships there doing jumps and that sort of thing, and you wait for them to jump, you scan their wakes, you relog and scan their wakes again and until you get everything you need, right? For chemical distillery, I think you go into conflict zones and shoot some. It's either combat ships or authority ships. I actually don't remember, but it's one of those. Could be trading ships. I don't remember, to be honest. But basically, yeah, you have to shoot stuff. So does the stuff for the engineers go into the material or the cargo hold? It goes these days now. It goes only into materials. It used to go into materials as well, but you needed what was quote unquote called engineering commodities, right? So you would have to go buy them, and then you have to have cargo hold, and then it was really annoying because if you had like some really good commodities but wanted to switch to a combat ship that didn't have, for example, cargo space, you simply couldn't do it. You had to sell your commodities. Like this said, take a Vake scanner, sidewinder, turn up 6 at a time, make sure your ship is fast. I don't see why he would take a sidewinder, to be honest. I was just doing it with my ass, but it doesn't really matter in what you do it. But yeah, outbreak system seems to be really good for all of the wake and transport ship related things, right? You can scavenge chemical distillery as well, but it takes so time. It takes so long time. I mean, like, I know a lot of people who are opposed to combat and stuff love their scavenging, and yeah, I mean, if you have a good way or know a very good way of scavenging, then I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. But from what I learned, scavenging is not as quick. There's no way to make it as quick as simply just going and blowing some ship up, you know, some ships up or shit up, whatever you want to say, right? But yeah, scavenging is always an option. Right. Let's sell this thing for now. I'm mad at it. I'll rebuy it later, but go away. Do I have any modules here? Just double checking. Yeah, whatever. I'll rebuy you later. I don't want you here, to be honest. Sell stored ship. Now let's switch to Asp Explorer here. Actually, before switching to Asp Explorer, I want to remove a few modules of my corvette. So let's switch to it really quickly and remove something. If you go ship killing, make sure you're in an anarchy system, yeah? That way you also don't get bounty. Mm-hmm. How much stuff do I want to remove of this corvette? Let's see. To be honest, one day I will just sell all of these modules. Look, there's so many. I think I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, let's keep this on it. Let's keep these on it, right? Probably take off heat sinks. Probably take off shield boosters. Car internals. Fuck hell. Right, let's. I'm almost like my modules are almost full here. It's really annoying. They should give you like something like 300 of module storage. To be honest, the 60 is such a weird number. Like it, why 60? I don't understand. Why is it limited to begin with? It's just, you know, just store modules. What if I want to have like, you know, 30 or 50 upgraded ships and different stuff on them? Like, I don't know. It's a weird thing to have a limitation for. But whatever, we're not gonna question frontier development. We will just go. That way we will just hurt our brains. But I'm pretty sure sometime in the future it's going to be amended. Okay, so the question is, do we need anything particular here or out of the ordinary? I think we're good. Seeing shafts. I think we're good as we are here, honestly. Cargo is not necessary, but the scarab is the most important part here. So, whatever. Also, I guess I should do this. These cargo racks are kind of unnecessary these days. On the asp at least. Let's see. Yeah, why not? Let's do this. And let's give them different colors as well. I don't have paint jobs, do I? Something I should buy. Oh. Actually, hold on a second. I don't remember like it looking like this. What the? That's new. Is it? It is new. Like Scarab, like this overview sort of screen. It is new, isn't it? I don't remember this ever seeing in the game. Huh. Okay. Sweet. So let's give this one purple. And this one, let's give green. And then this one, pink. Sure, whatever. Let's give blue. Also, why does my asp spark every time I change the colors on the weaponry of the scarabs? It's weird. What the fuck? Okay, now we go to Yuri and deliver the combat bonds, right? So Yuri. Actually, let me just do something here really quickly. I like to sort of have these bookmarks. They make my life a whole lot easier. Right. Perfect. Okay.
Landing gear
Detach
retracted.
complete. Restrict speed until clear of the station perimeter.
Frameshift drive charging.
Speed restrictions are now lifted. Safe travels, Commander.
How many jumps? 3. Ah, that's very reasonable.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Oh, you guys are extra quiet tonight, just so you know. Makes me paranoid if the chat is broken or something. Let me just click Ctrl F5 really quickly.
Fuel
There we go.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
I see something in the lower left corner of the camera. What do you see? Wait, what? Oh, it's... Let me just adjust it a little bit. It's just a part of the green screen, right? That's not, sorry, not something that's not a part of the green screen. I will adjust it just in a second. Thanks for letting me know, yeah. Like this whole position is like it's literally my second day playing around with this camera and the green screen. I was actually surprised how easy it is to set up the green screen. I think that's fixed for now. But yeah, I still sort of need a bit more practice with this whole thing. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, man. It's sort of the way that green screen is positioned. It's across my wall, and since I raised the camera up a little bit, it captured the corner that was not covered by the green screen. Just working and listening. Farming EFCs. Yo, back. Just beat ED at CQC. Good fun. That was so... What you up to? Well, we are going to Yuri to deliver these combat bonds and hopefully unlock him for good. And then we see what we need to do to get those awesome mine launchers. I do believe that I'll have to go and grind a bunch of commons beforehand. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for letting me know that there was a problem with the camera. I'm just... Oh man, Shardire, I'm telling you, one day you will make a career out of this. It is a bad joke, but I have a like if I would say that I have a weak point or a weakness, right? The puns would be that weak point. Let me just do this. There we go. I am quite susceptible to puns. But they have to be well thought of, not some random ones. Yeah, but Shardire has been nailing them so far. Quite on point. Patter's Memorial. Who's Patters, I wonder? Anyone know if Patters is a part of like Elite lore or something?
Orbital flight engaged.
What does a baby computer call his father? Oh man, that's a good one. I'm playing on the keyboard and mouse. This is very difficult after a gamepad. Want to try? Yeah, I think I'll have the same difficulties because, well, I do plan to move towards keyboard at some point, but one thing for me is that the gamepad is just so much more comfortable. I can just sit in my comfy chair in front of my large telly and just relax, man. I mean, the whole keyboard and mouse and even HOTAs for on some level are just so constricting, right? Like keyboard and mouse gives you carpal tunnel, right? and Hades is just like you feel like you're strapped into something, you know. And this is, you know, look at it, it's fantastic. Like gives you the best, like the best maneuverability and that sort of thing, and it's actually quite responsive. Like the only problem with gamepad is obviously aiming, right? But if you just sort of go around it like by using gimbals or builds that don't really need you to use fixed weapons, right? Then I would say gamepad is the best, because it's like the way that the amount of responsiveness it gives you, right? And the way that the keys are positioned, or should I say the buttons are positioned, like you can respond and react so much quicker than other controllers, I would say, or controlling medium, or whatever you call it. But it just feels like it's a part of you, on some level, like it's an extension of your arm, right? Like to a point where I sometimes, you know, when I have to, you know, when I want to take some vapor, I can just control with one hand, like the entire ship, you know. What do you like in Elite gameplay? I like everything. I like, first of all, I do like the galaxy. I do like that it's a realistic galaxy. I do like that there's so many stars. I do like that the game uses real physics. I do like that it's up to scale. I do like the views of this game, right? But about the gameplay, I like many things as well. I like flying around. I like driving around on the planets. I'm actually very... like, especially with gamepad, it's actually so much fun to drive around with a scarab and that sort of thing, right? So, to be honest, I like everything in this game. I mean, that's why I played it for so long. That's why I'm sort of trying to make a channel out of it and stuff like that, right? Donate. Unlocked. Perfect. You should use the Elite controller, it is so much better with the presets and back pedals. Hasta la vista, baby. I am using Naga and Razer Orb Viewer. Gamepad from Xbox One is in camouflage. I do want to buy myself the Elite controller, right? But unfortunately, I now have to spend something like 80 euros on... actually more than 80 euros. I need to buy some lighting for my room here, for my studio here, right? Because this is currently not good enough, because it's just like pseudo lighting. It doesn't even let my camera go to 60 FPS as it should be, right? So to solve that problem, I need some proper lighting in here, and I saw that to fix it, it's going to cost me about 80 euros. So that's halfway of the price for the Elite controller gone already, you know. So when I do manage to save up some money for the Elite controller, yeah, I will definitely get it. I think it's much better than the standard Xbox One controller, but even this is fine. I mean, the only thing that I'm really missing with this is lateral thrust, because it's hard to do. But if you sort of fly this as a, you know, as you would fly a World War II plane, right? And that's the way that you learn to maneuver. Like if you ever played something like War Thunder, right? If you were ever good with those planes and you sort of fly in Elite Dangerous using the same mentality, it's actually, you don't even need the lateral thrust that much. But roll was more than enough. But yeah, with the Elite controller, you have those back paddles here that allow you to do lateral thrust really well. So I do think that it's much better of a controller. Yo, D late to the party. Hi everyone. Hi Andy, how are you, man? Dark space. You do not need light. Okay. Elite controller is pricey. It's like something like 150 pounds or something these days. It's like really pricey. Right, so what am I doing here? Alright, so Yuri is unlocked, which is awesome. Now mines. Which class do you want to examine? Class 1, right? So we need a bunch of either phosphorus, right? Nickel is good. And obviously these things, so phosphorus, nickel, Phosphorus nickel. Is that all you can upgrade with? That would be quite annoying. Phosphorus and nickel only. That is a problem, actually. Phosphorus nickel, phosphorus nickel. Let me think here. I need 3 launchers, so in total I will need something like 210 phosphorus and nickel combined, right? So that's going to be quite difficult to get, actually. Well, it's not difficult to get, it's less, or should I say more difficult than if it would have like other materials included, like iron and carbon, which is very important. But like, yeah, this asshole just seems to take nickel and phosphorus for common power leveling, right? So that's a bit of a problem, but whatever, we'll deal with it. I know this is not the way of the Jedi, but you can buy a used one. Sure. But I mean, it's one of those things that, I don't know, it's like a phone. I really don't like buying used phones, you know, and because it's such a I wouldn't say like private part of your life. It's something that you always have, you know, like in your pocket, in your hand, on your face, and that sort of thing. It's like something that's, I don't think that another person should have been in the possession of it prior to, and I think controller on some way is very similar. With the removal of the engineer commodities, suddenly a lot of blueprints are accessible for me. Yeah, man, those are fantastic. That's the most fantastic news about this patch, is the commodities being removed from engineering blueprints. I am following this avidly because if you can prove that an eagle can do you think it can, then this game is fucked. I don't think that it can do what I think it can. I know that it can do because I've seen it done in the past, or should I say before, right? And we are very close. We just need to get enough materials to upgrade 3 launchers and we're done with this build. Nah, use controller. You don't know if a 12-year-old thrown it around in a tantrum in Call of Duty, right? My sentiments exactly. Or even worse, like some teenager, you know, enjoyed some private time with his favorite pornography site and then went immediately to gaming without washing his hands and stuff like that. Ugh. It's quite a horrifying thought. In the future, Imperial Eagles can be quite deadly, and like this build is going to be amazing. I can't wait. Not against a tricked out Conda. Man, this eagle is going to prey on Condas. Like, I would say Condas, cutters, and federal corvettes is going to be its main meal for this. They are absolutely hopeless against this build. And that's why this build is going to be so fun. Yuck, sloppy seconds. I know, right? See, you nailed it there, man. It's literally sloppy seconds. So scary stories at night in a dark space. So scary. Man, sobering thought, really. Where is it? My first experience in PvP was going up against a Imperial Eagle in my Vulture. They were using a silent build and nothing put a 2 gimbal beams lasers and rockets. Got my butt handed to me. This was before 2.1. Yeah, but these sort of builds are no longer viable, I would say. Like, the silent running builds are just pointless these days because of the emissive munition turrets. Okay, oh crap. Sorry, just kicked my camera stand here. OKD, is this about flying skill, engineers, or both? Both, actually. That's why this build is so fantastic, because not only is it incorporates very interesting engineering, right, and a very interesting mechanic of actually disposing of your opponent, right, but on top of it, it requires you to learn a whole different way of flying and execute it perfectly, because it's a high gain, how do you say it, a high risk, high reward type of gameplay, right? You can hit yourself with your own mines, by the way. Yeah, and that's where it comes from, because you have to be very careful with your strikes. And this is called a dive bomber eagle. Think about it. Dive bomber and dive bombing techniques in Elite Dangerous. How exciting is that? Just think about it. Is the Vulture loadout still viable with all multi-cannons engineered? I don't think it was ever viable, especially against large ships. Like, I would say the best Vulture loadout these days are phasing sequence plasma accelerators. Before, it used to be phasing sequence rate of fire pulses. Could bring down like corvettes and cutters and anacondas quite easily. Now I'm not 100% sure, but I do think that phasing sequence plasma accelerators is the way to go on Vulture. But we will test, so don't worry about it. Like, Vulture is, I think, so after Imperial Eagle, I will go for either Cobra or Viper, and I think Vulture and or Imperial Courier is going to be the third or fourth. Say that again, please. Okay. I don't think that multi-cannon builds were ever that viable on the Vulture, right? I think that, well, especially before this patch, right, I used to fly with phasing sequence rate of fire pulses, or otherwise known as rapid fire pulses. But after the patch hit and the rapid fire pulses are kind of debatable, but I still think they're quite viable on the Vulture, to be honest. But I do believe that phasing sequence plasma accelerators are the go-to build now on the Vulture, and we will test it. So at some point in the channel I will be flying that build. Right, let me do something really quickly. I need to turn off my heating in my house. It's a little bit warm here. And I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to turn off the heating here. Was getting a bit warm. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here now is go and what time is it? I still have some time. How will you survive long enough to kill a turreted conda with only mines? Turreted condas is one of the most silliest thing I ever heard. Like, they lose to every single big ship and Furtherlands build, so why would anyone fly that? If you see something like that, you disengage and go fight somebody else. Easy. And it's not something that's, you know, on like the top of the meta, right, or whatever you want to call it. Let's see here. What do I want to do? Okay. And about ship launch fighters, you can blow them up with mines. You can actually kill or disable the large ships before ship launch fighters actually do something to you, right? You can use what do you call them, chaffs. You can use your speed to outmaneuver them and stuff like that. There's many ways. Like, you have to understand what sort of opponent you're fighting, right? And you have to adapt to defeat him. It's not obviously not every obviously every opponent is going to be different, and it's not going to be as straightforward, right? But I would say this build is going to be viable and very, very deadly. I would say something like 93% of the time. Even against like medium ships, something like, you know, Furtherlands and Python and Clipper, that sort of thing. The bug still exists that if you hit a fighter, you're wanted. Alright. And don't forget, Void, that I'm actually not planning of running only mines, right? My plan is to have 2 mine launchers and one corrosive multi-cannon, which will be more than enough to kill any fighter quite quickly, actually, because it's going to be corrosive. No, sorry, not corrosive. It's going to be overcharged, right? So if you get like a ship launch fighter attacking you, you just kill it. It's very simple. But against something like full turret anaconda, I don't know, chaff, easy. Going back to materials, did you browse all? Because if you fit a different weapon, it may open more material possibilities for unlocking. I did browse all, yeah. He didn't seem to have... see, that's actually the first engineer that I see like that, because usually other guys like can upgrade their armor or some other stuff on the side, right? And you can usually use iron and carbon to sort of spam the thing, right? But hold on a second, let me just reset the camera focus here. It's being a bit weird. But yeah, this one seems to just accept nickel and phosphorus, so it's going to be a little bit annoying searching for those, but we should be okay. Which engineer are you trying to access in the end? Well, what do you mean in the end? I've accessed the engineer I wanted. I wanted to access... what's his face? Hold on a second. Is that how it's supposed to be? I'm trying to access... well, I had to access Yuri, right? But I already accessed him, so for now I don't have any plans to access any engineers until I actually like have a need to. I think I may need to look into some lightweight components and that sort of things. But we'll get there when we'll get there, right? Or we'll worry about when we'll get there. Also, I do think that I need to extend the green screen there a little bit in that corner, because sometimes it picks up like wall that's close to the floor and that sort of thing. So I'm a bit worried about that at the same time. To be honest, Void, that was an excellent question. I think your question helped me sort of improve my end build of this vulture. Sorry, not vulture, Imperial Eagle, or at least have two variants of it, like in the world where turreted anacondas exist, and in the world where they don't exist. Sorry, D. Rest life got in the way. There can only... Tell me again. Oh, which engineer are you trying to access in the end, you mean? I currently wanted to access Yuri, but I already accessed him. So now I need to get myself enough materials to power level to grade 4 3 times, because I will be using a special effect on the mines that I'm engineering, right? So I basically need to have enough materials to craft 3 mine launchers. And once I'm done with that, I'm going to be sort of sorted. I'm going to build 2... Or maybe I won't say. I'll keep the suspense.
Orbital flight engaged.
Right, so I think I will do this for maybe an hour, and then I will have to go grab myself some food and maybe chill for a while and go to bed, because it's been a long day. Like I went through a full day of work. Like woke up at 5 a.m. started working on my own company for 3 hours, and then went to like my day job and all that jazz. Usually during this time, like when it's almost 9, I'm starting to feel like a huge impact to my battery here, because I do have a new sleeping cycle these days. I go to bed at 10 and wake up at 5, which gives me the most optimized hours during the day to, you know, take care of the company, take care of the day jobs, of the streaming and YouTube and all that, you know, all those things. But yeah, I'm still trying to sort of go into a habit of not missing my sleeping time when I have to go to bed, right? Otherwise it sort of does fall off the cycle, but I'm managing it quite well, so no problem. Lights off. Wait, what? Excuse me? Void, yeah, that's where I will put overcharged mine, overcharged multi-cannon. So the game is telling me that I'm currently in a federal corvette, but to me it looks like it's a scarab, right? So which is right?
Cargo scoop deployed.
It's like that Richard Pryor skit is like who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? Because the game tells me that I'm in a corvette. Yeah, I'm as confused. Like I had to take a double, like I had to do a double take there, just like what? But yeah, it seems like we are in a. Seems like we're in a corvette right now, or at least that's what the game says. Interesting. Okay, let's find some mats here. D, I wish you success, but don't kill yourself. This is Ireland. We take it easy here. Oh man. Yeah, I guess. Well, it's sort of, I'm in that mindset, right? While I'm still young, while I can still afford to sort of be overcharged, would be, I guess, a poetic way of saying it, right? As long as I can afford to put my energy into it, I want to do as much as I can to sort of progress with my own stuff and that sort of thing, right? With the career and the company and this YouTube thing, which is also very awesome. So phosphorus and nickel is what we're taking, right? So hopefully when I'm like 30 and older, I can start taking it a little bit more easy, right? But I know, you know, we, like in my country, we have a saying: when you're making plans, the god is laughing, right? But we'll see, you know. I'm not too bothered by this. I wouldn't call it stress, to be honest. I like multitasking and I like being, like, I like having stuff to do during the day, right? Like I get depressed when I'm sort of, you know, just sitting there twiddling my thumbs and nothing to do, right? But yeah, so far I think I'm in a good place. Also, I'm very happy that they sort of, it looks like they fixed the scanner. This seems to be fixed, right? So it seems to be much easier now to get stuff.
Chassis integrity compromised.
Also, just let me check my temperatures here. Right, the GPU was 60, which is the highest I ever seen it. So I gave it a little bit more juice. Instead of 30%, I gave it 70%. I hope you can't hear it because it is a little bit louder than it was. Game knows you're in SRV because most UI elements are updated. You will enjoy life more if you take it easy. My country too. I'm not sure where like I can feel a little bit of a stutter, and I'm very surprised to see it because I'm not really. I'll do this for now. I don't know if this is the new software or something, but usually I don't have any stuttering on planets or anything like that. But yeah, that seems to be. Sometimes when I stream, the computer feels a little bit different. So, you know, whatever. Let's take off the crazy super sampling for now. Oops. Come on. There we go. Misjudged my booster power there. Now that I was singing praises for the scanner being fixed, but that thing just disappeared. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay, reappeared. Let's see here. Probably shouldn't drive at full thrust on a small gravity planet. "40 years old, own business and never worked so many fucking hours." I know, man. That's actually one thing that I've noticed, right? Before when I used to work in a company, I used to work in Vodafone Global Enterprise, doing corporate stuff, right? Like, yeah, sure, the wage was good, right? But you know, you still used to, like, you know, finish your job, you know, go home at 5, you know, take it easy, blah 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 blah. Now when I'm doing my own business, right? It seems like that every single minute of the day is just spent working, right? Like even during like lunchtime, if you can handle the sandwich with one hand and you can't handle the mouse and keyboard with the other hand, I still find myself like multitasking even while eating, even while making coffee and stuff like that. But you know, it's the situation is different when you're working for yourself. Like every single action that you do translates into profits and into gains and that sort of thing. So it's a very different feeling, right? And when you say yourself, like, you know, never worked so many fucking hours, is look, be honest with yourself. It's something that you enjoy. Otherwise you wouldn't do it, would you? And yeah, when you are working for somebody else, you don't spend that many hours, to be honest. Well, obviously, if you have a choice, like if you have, like, you know, 7 kids to take care of and everyone's hungry and you don't have like the proper qualifications or something like that, I mean, it happens. You have to do what a man has to do, right? That's just the way it works. But if you are sort of in a good position socially, right? If you have the choice, then yeah. Right, so nickel and phosphorus. Man, and if you ever read the books of some, you know, famous businessmen or millionaires, you know, the real businessmen, the ones that, you know, not the ones that got their money, you know, inherited from daddy or mommy or whatever, like, you know, the ones that didn't get like a million bucks when they turned 18, right? The ones that actually, you know, put their hands through the bone to actually get to where they are, right? If you read some of their books, and you know, sometimes they like, some of them seem to say the same thing, you know, I worked every single minute of my life, you know, barely slept, you know, just coffee and hard work, you know, you just have to do it, you must push yourself, you must always believe yourself, you must never give up. It's all true. Every single word ever said in these sort of books is true. Like, when you start experiencing it yourself, you know, like for example, in 2015, when I first, like, this is my second year now of my company being afloat, I would say. In the first year, and especially in 2015, right, like, at some points I found that on average, like, let's say on a weekly average, I was sleeping about from 3 to 4 hours per day on average, right? And that went through an entire year. Probably shortened my life considerably, right? But it's just something that, you know, when you do it, you just have to do it, you know? If nobody tells you, you know, man, you have to go to bed, it's like 4 a.m, you must stop working, right? You won't do it. You'll just continue working. It's as simple as that. Great thing about Steam controller is that it has accelerator that when you tilt it, it will twist Asari back to normal. Cool. Howdy D. Hi Colonel, how are you, man? Do you want to be a billionaire? Maybe I do. Who knows? Maybe I'm in the empire business. Who knows? It's a difficult question, man. not something that I could answer immediately. I think that question I still haven't answered myself. I guess the correct answer would be, there is no way to make billions without stepping on people with no money and no power. Well, depends. Depends on your moral filters, I guess. But yeah, on some level I would have to agree. I'm gonna take this iron just because it's going to become useful in other engineering attempts. But yeah, still for now is still the most necessary one is still nickel and phosphorus. By the way, Colonel, I remember your messages there on forum. Did you manage to sort of figure out your setup there for OBS? Because the screenshot that you sent me seemed to be the older version of OBS, and now they have that studio one, which is much better, and it's much easier to like control and set up and that sort of thing, right? There. Also, this planet has some very interesting effects on my performance, something that I've never seen before. Or you can go to 17 Draconis and make billions there. Right. But unfortunately, there is a lot of grief goes with that. I admire you if you do it. Not really. 65 people own half the wealth on this planet. The rest live in poverty. Look, man. Maybe, sure. If those 65 people really do own the entire wealth of the population, right? Then kudos to them. Bloody hell, good job, right? I don't really subscribe to this chaos theory, right? But sure. I don't see if somebody does have those millions or billions or whatever, then on some way you have to respect that. I mean, they clearly did something correctly for themselves, you know. It's sometimes as simple as that, you know. I mean, if you go into the whole moral dilemma, right? You know, oh, you know, that guy's selfish, that guy is this, that guy is that. You know, it's a part of nature. I mean, animals are selfish. Like to be completely honest, like human beings on average are the least selfish animals in existence of Earth, right? Every single other animal is fucking selfish because that's the way the nature works. Because a lot of things in nature, a lot of behavioral patterns, right? They are correlating with things that happen in physics, right? You can actually detect very similar activities like in atoms and molecules, right? And the way that they bond and the way that they overtake other molecules and stuff like that in chemical reactions, right? You can actually see something, you know, some of those behavioral structures, right? Even in something as you know, you'd think like I'm not really, I don't really have a word for it. I wanted to say irrelevant, but obviously, you know, molecules and atoms are not irrelevant. But a lot of behavioral features could be said that they are not gained, they're sort of encoded within you, right? So just because humans or, you know, our human species have the ability or the willpower to sort of neglect them, right? Sometimes neglect the selfishness, neglect, you know, like the things that, you know, other animals, you know, they don't really care for or have the comprehension of, right? That is quite, I would say, that is a monument, I would say, on some level to the human species. And when people say, you know, oh, you know, people are greedy, people are destroying the earth, you know, blah 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 blah. Darwin himself said, right, if humans are to be considered a part of nature, right, then the work that they do is also a part of it, right? So think about that statement for a second. There is, to be honest, there is nothing we can do that can be considered outside of nature, because we are a part of nature. We are nature on some level, right? Let's see here. Carbon, carbon, sulfur. We need phosphorus here. Right, chat. Yes, downloaded the newer version, thanks. Beaky Dog says, hey D, I keep missing your streams and have to watch them later. I'm liking the new Facecam. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. It just is not fair that 65 people own the world, but look in Elite, there's only 7. They're natural selection, D. I don't think it's unfair. To be honest, I do not think it's unfair. Yes, but when you become aware of it, we should keep it in check. A lion don't know he is inflicting pain when it kills. Well, it's also the way that he feeds, right? And I guess humans on some level are keeping things in check, at least in civilized, you know, countries. Like you go to Africa and some fucked up, you know, places that still have warlords and shit, right? Like a guy can come in your village, club you in the face, take your wife, and that's the end of it. You know, that's where all your rights and fairness ends. It's as simple as that. So I mean, in countries where structure, like I would quote unquote the Roman structure is sort of in place, right? Then yeah, you could say that a lot of things are being kept in check, you know. But honestly, it's all subjective. It's absolutely subjective. Like every single moral dilemma you ever had, it's subjective. Even the whole, like, there are, I read some articles that sort of point out how the entire human social structure is subjective, like laws and stuff like that, right? Like if you go back, like, you know, 40,000 years ago, back in the day, where the only law was your primal instincts, right? You know, to kill the mammoth, to protect your tribe, to protect your offsprings, and that sort of thing, right? There were a lot less, you know, so like social structures, right? But to be completely honest, it all boiled down to the most core mechanics, right? It's again, whatever came after that, whatever is not necessary for your survival per se, but is sort of implemented to, you know, keep the weaker species in check, or even on some level keep the weaker humans in a better position, right? For example, man, I don't want to go into this, you know, like whole, you know, female male difference, right? But if you can actually see past those, you know, social interactions and social statuses and that sort of thing, right? Then I'm sort of, you know, I'm not really sure about this topic, to be honest, but you sort of have to be open-minded to continue. Let me see here. So a lot of chat just went through. Let me just sort of catch up with it really quickly. Most people don't find something fair when it does not come their way. Yeah, that's very true, and it is what it is. Could you explain your scanning on the SRV? Still confused about how it works. You look for a line, like on the bottom, and you sort of move around looking where it's the strongest signal, and you move it towards it, and it's going to start shrinking and shrinking until you actually find. You see? I can see that the material is somewhere that way. Someone asked me why I thought planking died out. I said because people became bored of it. Okay. So as you can see, the closer we get, the line starts shrinking, right? So we actually can see that way which direction it is. The whole human civilization is based on a fiction. It's worth to give up part of what you can and invent in the common goals. Yeah, and to be completely honest, think about why in the animal kingdom, why no other animal apart humans, why they don't build roads. Just think about it. It's something that, you know, animals would be able to do, right? But the answer is very simple. Roads is a concept that is not selfish enough. And that's why human species are the only ones who actually build roads, because we are on some level we are not as selfish as other species. It's cool to see you making progress and learning new skills, and for the current topic, I think most of us think things are unfair because we see people in situations we envy. That's a very, I guess that's a very blunt way of saying it, but yeah, when you go past your own feelings, when you boil it down to basics, right? Like, I don't know, yeah, you will find yourself like envying other people, you know, for the looks, for the social status, for the, you know, wealth and that sort of thing, right? The reason, you know, or should I say the way to deal with it, right, is just to understand that you are a specimen just as they are, and obviously not everybody has, you know, the what do you call it, the equality of outcome, which should never be, you know, a thing in our society, right? But every single person has the equality of opportunity, right? You know, you can be the president, you can be the cosmonaut, whatever. Obviously, if you were born in some fucked up situation, like for example, even myself, I wasn't born in a wealthy family. I was born in a poor family. Like I wouldn't say that I grew up on the streets, but or anything like that. But back in the day, like countries like, you know, Lithuania and stuff like that, like still like under like Soviet Union and that sort of thing, things were tricky, to be honest. Like I remember a couple of my classmates. Like I remember one of my classmates became a like the Lithuanians, like Lithuania's like champion boxer, right? The second one was committed for murder. The other one was, you know, like a thief and stuff like that. You know, strange place, strange people, right? And obviously, it's not the worst situation to be born in, but I mean, I always felt like I was, you know, walking the thin line between the social statuses there, and it was a lot of things were, you know, dependent on me, right? And I guess if I was just sitting there, you know, envying everybody, then I would, you know, probably still be doing that today. But it's just at some point you just say, fuck it, you know, this is what I want and this is what I'm going to work towards. And at some point, you know how that song goes, you can't always get what you want, but if you try enough, you'll get what you need, right? I'm from Africa, and I can tell you that it's the countries you claim are civilized that cause a lot of misery in Africa. You should educate yourself without bias. I do educate myself without bias. I actually know. I know that like Africa's progress is being stunned. It has been stunned for years. I would say, like, since like Europe started colonizing, right? It became stunned because obviously, like to be completely honest, like if you think, oh, that's my ship there. If you think the amount of resources and energy that the Africa can produce, it should be the most powerful country in the world. Absolutely. I don't have biases. I only look at math, right? And the math works. Like the amount of resources that are in Africa is enough to feed the world, literally, and that's what's happening. Unfortunately, there are superpowers who have segmented Africa into portions, and they do have this proxy war that's been going around for decades now, especially in Africa, especially in the Middle East, right? And those countries are divided, but I mean it is that it is, you know, those countries that you say, you know, oh, you know, they're, you know, the quote unquote countries, right? They like war. War is a very powerful tool, right? I would say. I'll actually go back to this statement, but I just want to check some of the comments here. Deep for a gaming stream. I know, man, it's sort of I don't know how it all started, but we sort of went into this topic for now. You can't always worry about what other people have. It will drive you crazy. All you can do is set your own goals and continue to better yourself. Yeah, that's a very good statement. Balance is important in nature. It's not all chaos. like balanced chaos. It's, I don't know. It's to me, it's one of those quote unquote human filters, right? They're subjective filters. No, D, I think this applies to all countries. Yeah, but you see, like if you ever read about how currency, especially in Europe, became currency, right? If you ever read about the German kings or the German emperors, right, the ones who sort of followed after the Roman Empire and that sort of thing, right? You will see how wars, or warring especially, played the hugest, like the biggest parts in civilization growth, right? Something like Roman Empire is back in the, like, or should I say it's something like the American quote-unquote empire at the moment. They're doing the exact same thing that the Romans did back in the day. It's almost carbon copy type of like, it's almost textbook level, right? You go into wars, you bring back loot, you bring back riches, you buy yourself resources, you strengthen your country, you strengthen your borders, you bring back slaves to do cheap labor and that sort of thing, right? But that's nothing new. I mean, that's what Romans used to do way back in the day, right? And if you guys are sort of interested in this sort of things, right, the way that these politics works, I would suggest checking out a channel on YouTube called Sargon of Akkad, one of his earlier works, right? Now he's sort of like talking about feminism and stuff like that. It's nonsense to me, but he did make a lot of videos about like the similarities of the current Western cultures and I guess the way that the Western deals with stuff at the moment, right? And the things that used to happen like in ancient Rome and that sort of thing. It's very similar. It's almost textbook levels of similarity. Like honestly, politics and like religion and that sort of things, these are things that don't really interest me that much. It's that something that I know of to be aware of, right? Like as I mentioned before on my channel, my main interest is usually physics, astrophysics, and that sort of thing. But I will sometimes have debates about like politics and that sort of thing. But honestly, it's just, you know, just a random topic to me. It's nothing that I'm really too interested in. It's still going on now, and the weapons they used to fight those wars were from the countries you admire so much. Peace, I am out. I'm very surprised that you say that I admire those countries. I have absolutely no admiration. It's just that I'm sort of like, for me it's all ones and zeros. I don't really have affiliations either to any superpower or stuff like that, right? It's just that what I read from like history books and textbooks. Sargon of Akkad whitewash history. To be honest, like I don't really think he has that many videos about like historical videos, but wars are expensive in the end. Hyperinflation in the Weimar Republic. Well, right. Look, I think we should stop talking about politics, and obviously also religion should not be one of the topics on this channel in particular. But yeah, look, I can understand why some people would sort of get upset about these sort of discussions, right? So I have to be honest. I think we should keep this more lighthearted and keep away from them, right? But we do need another topic, and it is getting quite late, and my battery is sort of going like that way. So I think I only went into that discussion because it was a topic, and I couldn't bother with coming up with another topic. Mario Draghi is a Sith Lord, right? But yeah, Nabil, I'm to be honest, well, look, I'm sorry if that's not a Sentry Skimmer. What the? if that's not a topic that you know, it's not, if that's something that you're against, you know, we didn't really mean anything by it, you know. It's just, you know, as I mentioned myself, I'm not really an expert of these sort of things. I'm just like sometimes engage into these discussions just out of pure curiosity and nothing else, right? I feel confident in my vulture now. Yeah, I'm still I'm still sort of thinking about my future vulture build, but I will be upgrading a vulture in about a week and a half or 2 weeks, right? But actually what I'm gonna do is relog here, because I think I'm stuck in between my ship and the skimmer base here. It's sort of throwing off my readings here. A shame. I enjoy listening to political discussions. I like them on some level, right? But you see, politics and religion is one of those two of those topics that can very easily escalate into fist fights, you know, and that's something that I don't really want on on the channel, right? It is first of all a gaming channel, but if obviously if we can have these, you know, lighthearted discussions, I don't have a problem with it. But you know, once somebody says, you know, fuck it, I'm out, you know, that's not the effect that I want to have, you know. I know you're not into Thargoid thing. I didn't say that I'm not into Thargoid thing. I'm not into the concept of it now, because it's sort of like, you know, oh, here's a puzzle piece every year or so. I'm not really interested in that, but I am interested into Thargoids in general. But the scanning missions and associated lore that's coming from it's pretty funny. One even covered Guardian porn sites. Seriously. What does everyone think about the patch? Seems like they did a good job. I sort of enjoyed. I do disagree with some of the changes, especially for the phasing sequence weaponry, but it seems to be okay. Okay, change topic. Federal assault ship military slots. I would say shield cell banks. If you want to kill a conversation, bring up politics or religion. Yeah, man, I totally agree. Like to be completely honest, it's been a very long day for me. Like I came back from work, did the stream, and it is the last hour of the stream, right? And when somebody came up with the political agendas there, I sort of got carried away and just, you know, just started talking for the reason of talking and nothing else. But yeah, to be honest, I would like them not to be a part of the chat. There's a good reason for it. Drive assist off. I haven't seen nickel and phosphorus in a while, so how much are we at here? So carbon is... it will be a... what the... fuck it. Where the fuck did I get 274 of these? Mother of God. What? Pieta conductors. 300 of them. What are these even used for? Like, I'm not very happy about this amount of biotech conductors to be like, what the fuck? Where did these come from? Like, I was about to delete them, but it says they're very rare. Like, what the fuck? You know, whatever, I'll keep them for now, but... massacre mission rewards, maybe? Probably. But still, that's a bunch of conductors. Whatever, let's see. Phosphorus... 16. And nickel... 12. Wait, what? Okay, let's see here. So carbon is at 26, and if I pick one, it's... no, it still gives 3. Whoa. Did I find so little phosphorus here? I'm all sorts of confused here now. Whatever, let's keep soldiering on. Except from biology research 719, there don't appear to have any taboos surrounding sexual activity, as the data contains a large quantity of graphics, images, and recordings. Wow. Upgrading my corvette at Palin's now. Optimal rolled only 129, but optimal mass is way up, +9. Is that good roll, or should I keep going? Only have 2 rolls left. You want your corvette to have something like 133 at least, for it to be good. 129 will not cut it, I think. Yeah, it makes sense that they came from Draconis, but man, that's a lot of those things. They found the alien's porn stash. That is quite hilarious. Man, this engine, like these mines are going to be a bitch to get, to be honest. Because to the point where I'm even considering not going for the grade 5. I wonder if that's something that's just use them for effect and not for damage. I guess it would be better to do the full upgrade, but I can see there's some merit of not doing it, because at the end of the day we're going to be using them for effect more than anything else. Biotech conductors are used on grade 5 long range weapons and short range blaster. Short range blaster, that's good for plasma accelerators, isn't it? Now we just need to find the tentacles. Okay. Man, getting 105 of nickel and 105 of phosphorus is going to be a few hours work, to say the least. When should you use clean drives over dirty? Whenever you're doing whenever you're running silent running builds, right? I think that's the only reason. And because silent running builds are not very good, you should just ignore them in general. Oh shit, what the? Oh. It's past that. Like, what the? Like, these... I appreciate that these are more... the deposits seem to be more common now, but they are appearing like quite randomly. Like, we were just here, we drove a bit forward, turned around, and the thing just popped up like... Okay. Let's see here. I seem to pick up a fair amount of these mats mining. Yeah, it's also a good way, but see, if you're into mining, and at the end of the day, if you just want the materials, and you don't want like the profits from mining and stuff like that, right? Then ultimately this is still the easiest way of getting these mats, like surface mining. What is a silent running build and why are they not good? A silent running build is when you press the silent running button, right? It shuts down your exhaust vents, right? Which are used to, you know, prevent prevent overheating and like like vents the heat into space and that sort of thing, right? So when you shut down these vents, and it can be done on every single ship, you just have to, you know, map a button for it. It's in the controls, right? Your ship starts overheating, you will lose your shields immediately because silent running does not support shields. But for the enemies, you will become invisible on the radar because... What the fuck? Do you guys see that shadow? What's making that shadow? Is that the Type 9? What the fuck is that? Aliens? Who wants to put their tinfoil hat on? I think that's a Type 9 in an escort, right? Oh, but that shadow did look quite ominous there on the floor. That does look like a Type 9. Fucking hell. Got me all exciting there for a while. But yeah, talking about silent running builds, right? So what happens is, yeah, you shut down your vents and you become invisible for the enemy ships, right? Or for your opponents. But unfortunately, well, fortunately, unfortunately, right? Okay, just to explain the build completely, right? So your ship does start overheating, but you can use heat sinks and silent running quote-unquote gear, right? So you build like low emission power plant, low emission thrusters, or sorry, clean thrusters, right? So you build modules that make sure that you don't, that like you generate the absolute least amount of heat that you can from every single module, right? So it is very manageable to keep flying in the silent running build, and you can stay permanently invisible to the enemy. You can keep attacking them, and they will simply won't see you. They have to use the, you know, the Mark 1 eyeball on their faces to actually look at the screen and see where you are. And especially if you're in a small ship and you're just not visible. Like if you ever thought, you know, how does that feel, right? Try whenever you're fighting an NPC, try disabling your sensors, right? Go in here and disable your sensors, and you will see how actually impossible it is to hit an NPC that way. But the problem with these builds these days is that people can run emissive munition turrets, which will attack once the silent running ship attacks the ship running a emissive munition turret, right? The emissive munition turret will shoot at the silent running ship immediately, and it will increase the heat signature of it, right? And the ship will immediately become permanently visible, and since it does not run shields and that sort of thing, like the enemy will be able to target it, right? And we'll be able to kill it pretty much instantly. Space horseshoe crab. What the flying asshole, right? I bought a pair of shoes from a drug dealer. I don't know what he laced them with, but I've been tripping all day. Man, where the hell are you coming up with these? Like you just found some pun website, didn't you? That is pretty good. That's pretty elaborate, actually. Let's see. Phosphorus, okay. Reddit, oh. See, man, you should have said no. I came up with them myself. You don't know. You're too lazy to go and check, so you don't know. And that would have been a viable answer. Let's see here. So I will pick up a few of these more, and I think I will end the stream for tonight. I am getting really tired. It's been a long day, but we'll definitely continue this actually. So I definitely gonna pick up iron and carbon because we can use that in the future. So might as well just pick up them now. But yeah, tomorrow I don't have to go to work and very little activity involved with my company as well. So I think I will do a long stream tomorrow. But yeah, we'll see. Unfortunately, I'm not very funny, so don't expect anything original. Ah, man, those puns were sort of hitting my weak spots quite on point every time. So, see, you're funny enough to find the best ones, right? That's how it works. Also, want to check something here. Let's see. Checked before, but my own stream didn't come up on my own YouTube page, which was a little bit interesting. Did I miss the Eagle combat? No, you didn't. We're sort of on the last lap of acquiring the last materials for the build. Private group will invite NDK. Sure. Don't understand. So surely silent running viable as you need special ammo fit to counter. Yeah, but you see, if an enemy is running a small burst emissive munitions turret, right? Once that turret gets a hold of you, it increases your heat signature permanently. You just can't shake it. There's no way of shaking it. And as long as that turret is tagging you, the enemy can just, you know, simply, they can acquire lock on you and just blow you up to smithereens immediately. And since if you're using, you know, silent running builds, it means that you're also not very, like, your survivability is very low, right? How can we carry more than one set of thrusters at a time in one ship? You can't. You can just carry one set of thrusters. Why is Peter Pan always flying? He never lands. God damn it. Sure. I'm not really sure what he meant by that, but whatever. Let's see here. So contacts. Right, so what's my phosphorus here at, and what's my nickel at? So nickel 21, phosphorus 25. Man, that's only 1/4 of what we need. So yeah, I think well, I have a few more SRVs on my ass, but let me just show you guys a trick. I'm sure a lot of you will know this trick, and I've showed it on one of my streams before. But if you battered up your SRV, right, and you're like in the middle of fucking nowhere, right, what you can do is you call your mothership. And drive to it without dying. Man, that is quite the sight. I always love this part of the game. So you board the ship, right? What the... Okay. Unless they fixed it, or unless they deemed it that it's not supposed to be working like that, but I think it's supposed to be working like this because of the whole bay, you know, 3D printing, blah 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 blah. So this is the one that I've been driving, right? So now I deploy it. It's back to 100%. because the module thingy on your mothership, right, or the planetary vehicle bay has 3D printing capabilities, and it can print like parts for you, and pretty much it heals you up. You just have to board and deploy again, and it immediately heals you back to full. Unfortunately, it doesn't replenish your fuel, which is also a bit interesting. I don't know why they keep having this mechanic work like it does, right? Because I assume that the fuel that you're using on the SRV is the same as on the mothership, right? So I really am confused why it doesn't share fuel, but it does repair the thing. And especially if you're like, you know, exploring like, you know, 20,000 light years away from civilization, where you can actually refuel your bloody thing. I never knew that was a thing. Thanks. Cheers, man. I'm pretty happy that I'm able from time to time to bring some knowledge that's unheard before, or has not been. Fucking hell, when I get tired, I completely lose control of my vocal skills. Just like, me streamer, me know things, or something like that. God damn it. Let's see. It's not the same fuel. SRV fuel will be replenished after landing on stations. Yeah, but why is it not the same fuel? Especially, like, it doesn't make sense, especially in sense of exploration, right? If you want to bring an SRV and, you know, carry it for like something like 40,000 light years to a place who the fuck knows where, right? And you want to drive around the planet and explore it and make some beautiful screenshots and stuff like that. Once you run out of fuel, then that's it, you know, the whole experience is ruined, right? So that really doesn't make sense that like whatever, if by a quote-unquote lore the fuel is different, it shouldn't be different. It should be the same fuel. It should be replenishable by the mothership, as the health is replenishable as well, so you can actually take it on long trips. And Massive D, the elite library, right? If only. You can make fuel using micromaterials under synthesis. Yes, but wait. Right, let me just check something, right? So SRV refuel, right? Sulfur and seriously? Sulfur and phosphorus just happens to be the material that we been looking for. But look, the way it works, right? If you are again in where the fuckistan, basically, right? And you don't have these materials, what if there's no planets around you that have these materials, right? How will you get around of crafting it then? I don't know, man. I guess it makes sense on some level, like add like an extra level of, like, you know, what do you call it, the like quote unquote mini game, right? You know, find your own fuel. But I don't know. I don't subscribe to this mechanic. I wish it just, you know, replenished fuel from the mothership reserves, or that you could make it out of other material, like more different types of materials. Gameplay wise, it doesn't make sense, but I guess they wanted to make it more realistic. Yeah, I guess so. In my experience, phosphorus and sulfur is present on nearly every planet in abundance. I wouldn't say every planet, especially the ones that are actually like have the the rarer stuff mixed into the loot tables. But sure, let's let's say that it does make sense like that. Fine, I'll concede, sure. Let's see here, sulfur, manganese, ugh. Although, hashtag gameplay, I guess. Yeah, just, you know, if you add enough mini games, eventually you're gonna have a gameplay core, right? Like, even to some point, the whole interdiction tether breaking thing, right? It does make sense. Even the way that you do it, like if you would say like, okay, so if you I don't know, like obviously it's a made up, you know, it's not really, you know, covered by physics, it's magic, right? But it does make some sense, like from the intuition, right? But it only makes sense as long as you ignore that it's a mini game. It's like, as long as you tell to yourself it's not a mini game, it's not a mini game, it's not a mini game, then it sort of works. But the second you realize that it's a mini game, right, of, you know, who can keep in the circle for longer, right, then it becomes really stupid, at least in my opinion. FD game designers, noob. Right. SRV should just be some battery powered ion drive tech, so we still get boost and it can just recharge on the mothership. Then we'll need wireless charging. Do you give them an inch, they'll run a mile. Okay, that is quite funny. Charging via Bluetooth. Yeah, like employs some of that Nikola Tesla technology. I think the SRV should be charged via solar power. That should be realistic, right? Sure. It would be the most realistic, because obviously that's what happens in quote-unquote real life now. Unless the Curiosity probe grinds some sulfur and phosphorus from time to time to replenish its fuel tank. I think mostly it takes the energy from Sol, and also from those radioactive isotope batteries, or whatever they're called. No, they're called radioactive isotope generators, right? Those funky looking things that have this sort of structure, right? Like these cylinders. Actually, they're quite large. I think they're about like something like meter tall, maybe meter and a half. They're fucking big. Like you don't really appreciate how big the Curiosity probe actually, not the probe, the rover actually is. It's quite tall. Let's see here. I mean, with the current panel efficiency, no, but someone give this man a job. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Cassini mission used a radioactive isotope generator because it was too far from the sun to actually harvest solar power as electricity, right? So instead, they had to use one of those thingies. And I guess that's the reason why it's like I'm trying to think, right? So if the SRVs were electric powered, right? It's going to it would be it would be quite a balancing act, right? Because first of all, the batteries have to be a bit unrealistic to hold charges like for long sessions, right? And second of all, if the star is actually too far, you wouldn't be able to harvest the energy, right? Or if you would, then the science nerds would go apeshit, right? I heard that the NASA is apparently planning to construct something like a frameshift drive. No, you are talking about NASA's Eagle Labs department, right? And they were, for the brief time, entertaining the idea of experimenting with Alcubierre's warp drive theory, right? Sort of try putting it in practice and that sort of thing, right? But it's no, like even though Alcubierre proved that on paper it's doable and viable and that sort of thing, it's first of all it's incredibly inefficient. Second of all, it's fucking dangerous, especially dangerous for the system that you're traveling to, because on re-entry you could actually cause you can actually build up so much energy that upon exiting, the release of the energy could be something like equal to a supernova, like a small supernova, right? So it's not very efficient to, you know, self-destruct yourself and the entire system that you're exiting into upon arrival. So that's quite a huge problem. But and apart from that, yeah, like Eagle Labs tend to, you know, fiddle with a lot of ideas. That's what they're sort of meant for. That's what they were assembled for, right? But that technology is still tens of thousands years away from our current understanding. So I wouldn't hold your breath if I were you. Big bada boom. Hey Massive, I'm back. Welcome back, friend. I'm sort of on my last legs here. I'm about to run out of energy. My body is about to run out of energy. So I will stop the stream and I will go get myself some rest, and tomorrow we will continue the stream. And we're actually halfway through of collecting the materials that we need, to be honest. So we're going to collect what's remaining tomorrow and finally finish this amazing build. Lol, I wouldn't say I like mining, but it's kind of necessary at the moment. Fairly new player, great helpful vids and streaming man's laters. I did not get a notification, seriously, man. You see, I don't know, man. I watched a couple of these mainstream, quote-unquote, like, not mainstream channels, but a lot of successful channels that have, like, millions of subscribers and that sort of thing. And they were pointing out how the, quote-unquote, like, new Google or YouTube algorithms are sort of fucking smaller channels over, right? Or I don't know, there's been a lot of conspiracy theories and controversies and that sort of thing. But basically what happened, right? The new YouTube algorithm sort of unsubscribes a lot of people from their favorite channels, and also like they don't get updates. And so basically what you have to do, you have to click unsubscribe, subscribe, and make sure to hit the bell thingy. Or as PewDiePie said, bell me bros. Right? So I don't know what's the story with all that jazz, but it's a little bit unnerving to choose it as, well, obviously YouTube for me is not my job or anything. It's like a hobby that also sometimes pays, right? So I'm obviously interested in keeping the revenue and that sort of thing, but you know, whatever. I'll let the big guys sort it out for now. I'm not gonna, you know, raise my pitchforks and torches. But apparently, yeah, there is some problem in that perspective. And I guess my channel was also affected by it. You should synthesize more energy with coffee. I would, but I'm also planning of waking up at 5 o'clock, or during my usual, like just stay true to my sleeping cycle, right? Because it's the most efficient for me to go sleep rather early, like at 10 o'clock, and then wake up at 5 and start working, because it gives me the most hours and my body seems to appreciate it, the best. I do get like the biggest energy levels, and I don't feel like what do you call it? God damn it, I forgot the word now. You know how sometimes that when you like sleep for a long time, you wake up and you still like you feel like you don't have like any energy or any like notion to do anything that day. So like if I go to bed at 10 and wake up at 5, I feel like I escape that sort of state of mind and body the most, because I wake up, I immediately shower, get myself some coffee, and I feel like I'm ready to go and conquer the world basically. So I really like the sleeping cycle. It seems to be the most efficient, at least for me. But yeah, the only responsibility, there is some responsibility to basically keep it, right? Because if you sort of miss an hour, then then you can't wake up at 5, then you have to wake up at 6, then you won't feel the need to go to sleep at 10, then you will go to sleep at 11, and every single day like 1 hour tends to shift, right? So it's not very efficient. It's a grind, isn't it? What do you mean? Which part? What is a grind? Catch you tomorrow, D. I have to go. I'll see you next time, man. Right. Thanks for joining. No, I would just sorry. The word that I was looking for was fatigued, right? For some reason I completely forgot that word, but yeah, sometimes like if your sleeping cycle is bad, for example, if you work in the like if you work through the night especially, right, and you tend to wake up like later in the morning, that's not something that actually that's like human biological clocks say that we are I don't remember the word, but if you are nocturnal, means you're most active during the night. If you are, God damn it, I forgot the word for the day. But there's also words for day, and if you're active during the mornings, for example, the way that cats are and mice are active during mornings, right? So the humans seems to be most active in morning phases, right? So if you sort of go against that, your own biological clock, right, and if you go to sleep at 4 a.m. and wake up at something like 10 or 12, most of the time you will feel fatigued, because your body will not get the proper rest that it needs, and that fatigue will stick with you for the rest of the day. You'll be yawning more, you'll be like instead of working, you'll be going on Facebook more and that sort of thing, right? So like by having a proper sleep cycle, for example, for me, I found that it's best, as I said, if I go sleep at 10 and wake up at 5, then I get like the most efficient hours in the day to do all the stuff that I need to do. This game is a freaking time sink, isn't it? Well, look, the way that I look at it, I've been here for about 50 minutes, right? And I collected about, let's say, about 30% or 40% of the materials I need to power level fully with the engineer 3 times. Basically get 3 completely upgraded grade 5 I'll take tellurium here, I think. Completely upgraded 3 completely upgraded grade 5 engineered modules, right? So I think that's not a bad trade-off, but it depends. If for example driving on a planet is something that you don't enjoy, it will feel tedious. But for example, for me, since I'm playing with a gamepad, actually driving is quite fun. I always liked driving on the planet. I think that's also a part of why engineering was always quote-unquote fun for me, because you get to drive on the planets quite often, and it's just something that I enjoy. I mean, it helps for it to not feel as a grind if you enjoy doing it, right? But yeah, I can't see like how when some people, like, if you don't like SRV, if you don't like planetary exploration and that sort of thing, then this is probably the most boring part in the game for you, and I can see how would that work. Did you hear about the guy who invented the knock knock joke? He won the Nobel Prize. Wow, that is quite the joke there. Diurnality is when an animal follows it. Sorry for broken message. Yeah, it's like, yeah, nocturnal is night. Is it diurnal? Yeah, I think it's something with the D that's for the day, right? And crepuscular, yeah. That I thought, to be honest, I thought it was different than crepuscular, but yeah, probably that is, yeah. So humans are like, well, you know, back in the days when we used to sleep like in caves and run barefoot chasing mammoths, right? Like our sleep cycle usually used to be, you know, we wake up with the sun and go to sleep with the sun, right? So wake up at, you know, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., depending on the region, and go to sleep like 9, 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, 10, depending on the like if it's summer, like or winter and that sort of thing, right? So that's technically, that is our inherent biological clocks, right? It's just that, you know, the way that social structure works, the way that jobs work, the way that, you know, some gadgets, like for example phones that generate white light, messes with our perception. Like for example, if you go to bed, right, and you will pull out the phone, you know, to watch YouTube or do some stuff before you actually go to sleep, it will mess with your sleep cycle quite a bit, because your eyes are the primary, like before, you know, alarm clocks and that sort of thing, eyes were the primary sensors for waking up and actually getting drowsy and going to bed, because whenever your eyes would detect white light, it meant, okay, so it's now morning, it's time to wake up, right? And that's the module that or the discipline, right, or the quote-unquote the software, that the way that it worked for, you know, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, right? So it is like an instinct for you, right? So if you go to bed and you pull out a phone and you see white light, and I'm probably the most guilty of it, I still do it to this very day, like your eyes think, okay, so I'm seeing white, or at least your regions of the brain are thinking, okay, so I'm seeing white, it must be morning, which means I don't need to go to sleep just yet, right? So it sort of fucks with your internals there. Let's see, nickel and phosphorus. Ditto, I like driving on planets too, hence that's why I bought this game in the first place. Yeah, I really like just driving about on planets. How are you going to find your ship again? I will just click this and it's going to come back to me. Vespertine, right? You can get apps that change the light temperature on your phone. On Android, right, you have this, right? I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's night mode. So you click it and it changes, right? I think it's a part of the new Android these days. And in ancient Egypt in winter, they would have festivals like the Opet and the Feast of the Beautiful Valley to help the boring winter without farming pass quicker. Yeah, they would feast and enjoy themselves. Yeah, Two satellites decided to get married. The wedding wasn't much, but the reception was incredible. God damn it. Yeah, whoever asks how you find your ship, you call it back. As you can see, it's landing now there over the hill for some reason. But after that, you can dismiss Oracle. So if I click dismiss, right? So I just told it to clear off. So it's going to launch itself and autopilot into the orbit of the celestial body that we're on. I hesitate to say planet because it's probably not a planet. It's either a planetoid or a moon, right? So that's the way it works. Cool, because I got lost once and no, you just go to this panel and call it back. That's no moon. Man, I won't remember now, but I think I heard the best Yo Mama joke. I don't remember how it went, but I do believe it ended with "That's no moon." That's quite funny in itself. It's a trap. I think it was on. It could have been on Family Guy, to be honest. Like what was that joke when the dog and the kid was in the car? Like Stu was like, "Oh man, my balls are so sweaty. It feels like the forest moon of Endor down there," or something like that. God damn it! I watched too much of Family Guy in my life. I believe that one was from Robot Chicken. See, I never watched Robot Chicken, so it would be interesting if I heard it on there. Let's see. Where do you learn to make ice cream sundaes? Boo! Yo, mama's so fat, when she jumps on the trampoline, the hedges think it's nighttime. The hedgehogs think it's night. How did Admiral Akbar breathe in air? Must have had some orifice accommodating for that need. Let's see. I think we are about to finish here. It's sort of slowish, but it's only slowish because this stupid engineer just accepts nickel and phosphorus for some unholy reason. Like we would, on average, if it was any other engineer, we would have enough materials to power level with about an hour's worth of mining, but now in an hour we barely managed to get half of it. But that's okay, we're gonna finish tomorrow. And for now I think that's me for today. I think my bed is calling me. Yeah, I think it's a good time to end, guys. Right, let me just read one more of these. I wouldn't buy anything with Velcro. It's a total rip-off. God damn it, man. You've been killing tonight. Why did the skeleton sleep in the snow last night? He was a numbskull. I see what you mean. I do understand it. It's just didn't seem to resonate with me. Oh man. Right guys, thanks for watching the stream, and as I said, I think tomorrow is going to be part 3 of this. I don't think it's going to be the last part. I think the part 4 is going to be the last, where we actually, you know, do nothing but PvP in it and try, you know, all the different variations, all the different scenarios, and learning how to do proper, you know, flybys and really when to release mines and that sort of thing, right? So I think the part 4 is going to be the most exciting part, but you know, I think it's good to have this part of the gameplay also documented, you know, for the people who actually want to engineer a ship, but you know, think, oh my god, how long this will take and that sort of thing, right? So honestly, we will have every single aspect of, you know, buying, from like what it takes to buy a ship and then have it fully engineered, right? And once I'm done with one ship, you know, I'll write a small review, I'll put a video showing the builds, and maybe have like a small, you know, mashup of what happened during the streams, and then we'll move to another ship. And I plan to do this for about 5 months until I re-engineer every single ship that I have in the game, or actually every single ship in the game that could be considered a combat ship. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. Actually, that's a good one. That's a good one, because, you know, 7, 8, 9, right? But it's actually reminds me of something. I heard this one in Dexter's Laboratory, like an episode of Dexter's Laboratory. I used to love that cartoon back in the day. So, kudos for reminding me that. Imperial Eagle with dirty drives. Awesome. Yeah. I used to hate facial hair, but I knew that it's going to be the punchline before I even started reading it. I thought that's because 6 was a total bitch. Well, that's one way of putting it. Right, guys, that's it for me. I'll see you, everyone. I'll see every one of you tomorrow. What should I say? Man, when I get tired, I lose my vocal skills. I need to work on it. Yep. Camera off. If I remember where the key is. Right, see you guys. It was fun. It was really fun. And tomorrow, as I said, since it's not a work day for me, so we're going to do a longer stream. I think I may start streaming during lunchtime. Something like 3 p.m. or even 4 p.m. If you haven't looked at Warp to the Dance Floor on YouTube, it's so cheesy. Okay. Right, guys, I have to go. See you.